Hey, howdy, hi everyone. Hope you're doing well today. I just had I just got out of a coughing fit, but it's all good. Hope you're all doing well today. I have my cup of tea. There will be an interruption in about an hour probably. Not much I can do about that. I scheduled the delivery for early in the morning and they decided to do it in the afternoon anyway, so apologies for that. Tea, yes. Tea. Let me get my chat up here. There we go. Okay, Goodness. What a day. Um, Good news. I have slightly less pain in my shoulder and back than I did yesterday. So there is some improvement, at least. It's still stiff and painful, but somewhat better. I can at least move my head from side to side again without wincing, so that's good. Goodness gracious. Been a chaotic morning. I do apologize if I'm a little discombobulated to start with. Let's see. Yes. So, we're back to classic horror point and clicks today, like I intended to. Make the main force of my channel, pretty much. But Monster Hunter kind of came in between, because literally everyone was telling me to play it, and I'm enjoying the heck out of it, so... Yeah, ASYLUM today. It came out last week. Yeah, last week. Literally 5 days ago. Very exciting. I've been waiting for this game for... I don't even know how many years. Many, 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 many years. It was kickstarted a long time ago. But because they are a very small, studio, very small indie studio, it took them a while, and COVID happened, and they, even with the Kickstarter, they had enough trouble that they had to take on a different project in the meantime to make money. It's been a whole adventure just to get this adventure game made. Pun very much intended. They are Senscape, a small Latin American studio. They have kept us updated. Like, I did kickstart this, and they have kept us updated the entire time, letting us know exactly what's happening and what they're doing and all of this stuff. They did delay the release eventually even more by a couple weeks. Just because they had some stuff with the voice acting they wanted to adjust. I don't know. Anyway, I've been looking forward to this game for a long time. I guess I can turn the music back on and just make it softer. Down here somewhere. Yeah, there we go. Spooky music for today. Anyway, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. This is much more in line with what I intend to play on my channel, sort of detective mystery games. This studio made a game called Scratches a long time ago, which is pretty much a cult classic. Like, it never did a hugely well commercially, but the people that did play it and love it absolutely adored it. So yeah, this is a supernatural horror adventure set in an asylum, obviously. According to their Steam page, it's inspired by H.P. Lovecraft, Hammer films, and twisted Euro horror from the 80s. Which is why this music felt kind of appropriate. Yeah, there are some content warnings, some texts in the game, so we'll read them, not see them. Some texts in the game include references to physical abuse, sexual assault, and self-harm. Just to let you know, I don't think we're going to be seeing any of that. I don't think they have the, like, any of that's going to be on screen. It's going to be mostly a lot of reading, I'm assuming. There's going to be a lot of texts to read, a lot of puzzles to solve. I'm probably not going to have a voice by the by the end of today. Supposedly, this game takes about 10 hours to beat, roughly. So we'll probably split it up into today and then Thursday. They have asked people not to spoil the ending, I'm sure there are people who will, but I will not. At least not now. Maybe in a few weeks when, you know, people have had a chance to play the game for themselves. It'll feel less awkward to, like, spoil the endings and stuff. I'm sure people will, but I want to respect the devs' request. So, excuse me. Yeah. I'm excited. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. We've gone over content warnings, we've gone over settings. Yeah, there will be an interruption in about an hour, roughly. I don't know exactly when. Luckily this game, at least I hope, lets you, you know, pause whenever. I will say, when I opened the game, there wasn't a main menu, it just immediately started. So we have missed the opening cutscene, unfortunately, on stream, so I'll see if I can start a new game and show you the cutscene again, so you guys can see it. Because, it just started. It's definitely a choice for them to do that, but, that's what they did. We should be able to hopefully start a new game so you can see it. Yeah. If you watch the beginning of this and you're really enjoying it, I highly suggest you buy it for yourself and play it through it on your own. This, as I said, this is a very small indie studio that have really, really struggled to get this game finished and out, and they deserve some financial support for that. If you can, obviously. That being said, this is a spooky game. They did say there aren't that many jump scares, it's mostly just atmosphere and spookiness. We'll see, I suppose. Scratches was very similar. It was mostly just atmosphere, theme, music. There weren't a lot of jump scares, mostly at the end there was one really big one, I remember. So we'll see. I'm really looking forward to it. That's probably enough preamble. Oh, my bitrate's gone red. Well, anyway. Let me turn the music off here. And we can get into the game. Oh, wait. This one. There we go. So yeah, I paused right after the intro cutscene. I do like that the date of discharge, or like the discharge patient records, is the main menu. That's really fun. Let me get my chat back up here. There we are. Okay. Now, please do let me know if the volume of the game is high enough or low enough. Right now there's not really any sound playing, so we won't know, but I'm gonna play, hopefully, if I press new, it'll, let me start the intro cutscene again. Let me know if you can actually hear the people talking enough, if I need to adjust the volume for any reason. I hope this will actually start things over again. Start a new session, yes. Memories and possibilities are ever more hideous than realities. Herbert West being the reanimator.
There I was, after all those years, at the threshold of a nightmarish place. I never thought I'd have the courage to return.
Dramatic sting.
While I had been toying with the idea for a while, that day I had woken up with a peculiar urge to return to Hanwell Mental Institute.
Oh. Why are we doing this? I don't know. Well, it definitely looks like a classic game.
There was a strong reason to come here, but the circumstances that led me back to the Institute were oddly dreamlike, as if I wasn't in control of my own actions.
Ooh. Oh, she's a ghost. I mean, you know, you'd think you'd be like, oh, is it a ghost or is it a hallucination? But they said it was a supernatural horror game, so...
Why was I doing this? I needed to know what this place had done to me. The meaning behind those bizarre visions. I'd rather face the direful truth than live in blissful oblivion.
Okay. Visuals remind you of We Harvest Shadows? Yeah. The car was running very smoothly, yes, but that's fine. Escape to open the record book. Uh-huh. Ooh. Very classic. A gloomy forest bordered the grounds of the Institute, creating a pronounced sense of isolation. Press spacebar to toggle hotspots. Oh, that's really useful. What a strange rock formation. Beautiful, yet somehow disquieting. Google Street View. No, this is point and clicks. This is what point and clicks, classic point and clicks looks like. All the Nancy Drew games looked like this, and that was well before Google Street View was a thing. There was a sort of unnatural calm surrounding the area. It wasn't helping to boost my confidence at all. Oh. The Institute was every bit as loathsome as I remembered. Beautiful building, though. It was a joke, yeah. I know. Even though I was still outside, I could already feel the oppressive nature of the building. It is giving, Hotel from The Shining vibes a little bit. If a little bit more Victorian, but... Oh, it is way too bright in my room to be playing this game. Hang on, let me close the curtains. There we go. Dark and spooky in my room. And also, the game is really dark, so at least I can see the screen now. It's probably even darker on stream, but not much I can do about it. I realized I didn't have my notepad. My memory was failing me, so keeping notes would be a dire necessity. Classic car. Very nice. Oh man. Nostalgia vibes. As soon as I grabbed my notepad, I was struck by a sense of confidence I hadn't expected. Oh, I missed the rest of that. Let everyone know we're here. Wow. This has such classic vibes already. I love it. I love how grimy everything feels. The textures are so crunchy, and you know they've done that on purpose. Enter the Institute. Oh! I trusted I would find the answers I so desperately needed inside the Hanwell Mental Institute. You know, speaking of, I should probably grab a physical notebook just in case. I don't know how extensive their notes are going to be in this. But at least there is a task list to, like, check off. Ah, sketch. Here we go. My notebook. Ah, bit dusty. Here we go. Okay. I have my notebook. Because we're probably gonna need it. Okay. I'm guessing we can probably just check things off once we... It was what I had come here for, and I was ready to go inside. Oh! 8 p.m. Hello. It's still operational? There's somebody here? That seems weird.
Welcome to the Hanwell Mental Institute. What can I do for you?
I wasn't expecting to find anyone here.
Oh? And why is that?
Well, this is gonna sound a bit strange, but I thought this building was abandoned.
As you can see, that's no longer the case. My name is Julia, and I'm the receptionist for the Institute. Why are you here?
Julia.
So you were the receptionist here?
Yes, this is my first night. The Institute is operating with minimal staff until renovations are complete.
Do you cover a position other than receptionist? I feel this place needs a lot of staff.
Not at the moment. I'm just waiting on people to show up at the door and helping them whenever needed.
Sounds like you're doing a good job.
Perhaps. There's not much I can do at the moment.
I see how the position could be a bit tedious. At least until there's more people arriving.
Oh, so each thing is like something to ask about?
This is an awkward situation. I was hoping to take a look around the Institute.
But you thought it was abandoned.
Indeed, and that's why I thought nobody would mind.
We certainly do mind. This is private property, you know. Hanwell Mental Institute was never abandoned, just closed to the public until recently. And still, deserted or not, it's not like just anyone can walk inside. You do realize that.
This caught me completely by surprise. I'm not sure what to say.
Well, you can start by explaining yourself. Why did you come here?
Topics? Building not
The last
abandoned?
thing I expected was to find people here tonight. I assumed the Institute had shut down indefinitely.
Not indefinitely. It's true that it ceased to operate for a number of years, but we're in the process of reopening it now. While not in the most pristine of conditions, which
That's an understatement.
the structure is still robust and usable, but there's a lot of work to do.
I must say its general state is indeed rough. But I can see how with some cleanup, intensive cleanup, we could get this place up and running again.
Some very intensive
other mental
cleanup.
hospitals in the region are growing overcrowded, which has prompted state authorities to reuse this place.
Why are other hospitals so overcrowded?
I can't say. Maybe it's the times we're living in. Don't you feel somewhat overwhelmed by everything that's going on in the world? I often
Yes, all
do.
the time.
Guess some people are less prepared to cope with all that and, need help.
I see your point.
And there is no shame
Still,
in needing help.
that doesn't mean I can allow a complete stranger in.
Look, I joke, but there's no shame in needing help. If you need to talk to a therapist, talk to a therapist. If you're not managing on your own, talk to somebody. Anybody. There's always some kind of resources. Whether that's the mental health helpline, most countries have those now. Like, there's a hotline you can call if things get really bad. Talk to your, GP or family doctor, whoever. Talk to your friends, talk to your family, talk to somebody. There is no shame in needing help and not being able to figure your stuff out on your own. Like, not at all. Process of reopening.
So, let me get this straight. The whole institute is being reopened?
That's what I said. Patients from smaller hospitals who are not getting proper attention are being relocated here, and extensive renovations are scheduled to begin tomorrow.
It all seems rather empty, though.
Tonight, it's just me, security, Dr. Miller, and a few patients in the building.
It doesn't feel safe to have people in this building. Dr. Miller?
So who's Dr. Miller?
He has been appointed as the new head director of the Institute, and he's overseeing the whole reopening process.
I thought Hanwell was the director. Isn't that the name of the institute?
That was a long time ago, and I'm not sure about that history either. I do recall that Dr. Miller and Dr. Hanwell were acquainted with each other. And I don't think Dr. Miller is planning to change the name of the Institute either, out of respect for Dr. Hanwell.
That leads me to believe that Dr. Miller is probably continuing whatever horrible shit Dr. Hanwell was doing.
This isn't my first time here, you know.
Oh, you used to work here?
Well, I'm very much acquainted with this institute.
You should have said so in the first place. I still don't understand why you came all the way up here in the evening.
There's something from those old days that I need to find, and quite urgently. It's a health issue.
You sound serious.
Very much so.
And you're looking for...
Documents mostly, maybe some notes. There's a matter of great importance that I need to understand.
Well, it's a highly unusual situation, but it's not like you can cause much trouble. And if you do, I'll have the security guard have a not-so-friendly talk with you.
Understood.
Let's talk rules then. First,
I like her.
you're fully responsible for your own safety.
I accept all the risks.
You must also leave before dawn. The construction workers are arriving early and will turn the place upside down. And please, steer clear of the upper floors. There's dangerous equipment up there. Do we have an agreement?
Sure.
Yes, we do. Thank you so much, Julia. This means a lot.
Very well. Go ahead. I hope you find what you're looking for.
Me too. Something tells me
This
this
is the
chance before
1920s or
institute
30s, I
as
guess, so
knew
it makes
ceases
sense
to
that you can
be.
just come in without
It's going
by
to be
telling
a whole
somebody.
different place in the morning, that's for sure.
Okay.
But where are all the workers? I don't see any ongoing construction or renovations.
It's almost
Yeah, there's
nighttime. Everyone else is arriving in the morning.
there's no construction equipment outside. There's no whatever you call the we're definitely going to see the upper levels. Yeah. I don't know what the English word is. The like structure on the outside that they use to like restore the outside of a building. I don't know what that's called in English.
You said there's more people here. Patients too?
Yes, although we're operating with reduced staff. The establishment is far from ready, as should be apparent, meaning mostly low-risk patients have been readmitted.
In this state? I don't understand.
It could use some maintenance, yes. And trust me, I'm freezing to death without those radiators working.
I was under the impression nobody cared about this place anymore, which is why I thought it wouldn't hurt to have a quick look around.
You could have gotten hurt, though. It's not safe to walk everywhere.
Yeah.
For instance, no one is allowed on the third floor yet, which is falling apart.
Still, this is all so strange.
It really
Why
is.
do you
Like
say
the building
that?
should have been
There's nothing
restored
strange about
before
an
they put the
mental
patients
hospital
back in
reopening
here.
for the benefit of society.
Yeah, reopening it, sure, but you should have done all the construction work before you started inviting patients in here. Like, this seems really dangerous and really weird and makes me feel like Dr. Miller's intentions may not be so good. Scaffolding, that's the word, thank you. You don't know if people you come across are real or ghosts. Yep, we're not gonna know. Honestly, relocating patients into a building that's falling apart and needs serious construction work seems like a really bad idea.
You mentioned that patients are being relocated.
Correct. There's hardly anyone here tonight, but a crew of construction workers will be arriving first thing in the morning. I understand the plan is to have the Institute operating at full capacity in about 10 days.
That's
10 days?
Given the state of the building.
Yeah, exactly.
Said it
My
looks
thoughts
worse than
too.
it really is, you know.
Well,
Don't you find it strange that they're reopening the Institute after all this time?
I don't see what's odd about that. Experts deemed the building usable. Similar mental hospitals didn't have such luck, though, and have been demolished.
okay. So I'm assuming that you can keep clicking on it until it's crossed out, so there's more to
Don't
say.
you find it strange that they're reopening the Institute?
I don't see what's odd.
Okay.
You know, I didn't have the best of experiences at the Hanwell Mental Institute.
I'm sorry to hear that. As I told you, I'm not familiar with those days. My understanding is that things were rough. But I can assure that all current staff members are new and everyone is eager to get this place up and running again.
Julia, your enthusiasm is commendable, considering the state of this place.
I like to think positive.
Part of the reason why I came back is to make sense out of my involvement in the Institute.
It sounds as if you didn't enjoy working here.
Well,
The penny hasn't
you
dropped
could
yet
say
for
it was
her.
a traumatic period in my life.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm even having nightmares about it.
Seriously?
It's been bothering me for weeks.
The penny hasn't dropped for her that we
Pressing
were
feeling
probably a
that I need
patient.
to do or understand some decisive detail, almost as if I forgot something of extreme importance here.
I hope you find what you're looking for then.
Thank you.
I've been thinking about this institute for a long time now, but only today realized that I needed to come here one more time. Like a strange sense of urgency.
You're beginning to sound awfully cryptic. If you didn't like it here, then why are you doing this?
That's a great question. Why am I doing this?
Okay, I need to get back to work now. Try to make it a quick visit for your peace of mind.
All right. Thank you. My memories of this place are hazier than I thought.
It's likely its current state of disarray. I also find it disconcerting at times. The darkness and stillness of the night doesn't help either.
That's very true.
Parts of the building falling apart and dangerous. Yeah, patience. Like, she did say that it was like the not so the like mild patience, but even then, having patience at all in a building that needs significant construction work feels really unadvisable.
Part of the reason I'm here is to make sense out of my stay at the Institute.
Your stay?
You know, when
It's okay. I understand.
You do?
I know what you meant.
Finally, she got it.
I'm still trying to remember.
There's still time, but hurry up.
I'm still trying.
There's still...
Let's see, was there anything?
I have nothing else to say about this.
Fine by me. If that's all, I'll get back to work.
Okay.
So, we're on good terms now?
Yes, if you need information about something, you can come to me. I can get a bit intimidating at this time of the day, but between you and me, I don't mind a bit of company. This place can get on your nerves.
I mean, I
Done.
guess this is the
I
1920s,
promise
so
I'll
you
try
don't
to
really
relieve
need
your
to have
boredom.
proof of ID in places like this quite as much as you do these days, but...
How are you holding up?
Fine, all things considered. I really hope they fix the radiators tomorrow.
I hear you. The atmosphere is chilling. Where can I find Dr. Miller?
I'm sorry, I can't tell you.
Why?
Because that area is off limits and we had an agreement.
Fine.
Upper floors,
I
okay.
don't want to get you into trouble.
Okay. I was expecting to have to read out all of this, so I'm kind of glad that it is voice
See
acted.
you later, Julia.
Wow. I guess the walls aren't, like, the walls and ceilings aren't, like, falling apart. Looking at it, it does look like it's mostly just really dirty. But I don't know. I feel like if you were gonna do construction, you should have done it before. There was no point in rummaging through the trash cans. The state of disrepair in the Institute was truly mind-boggling. Oh, the windows are broken. Oh. This is a painting, I guess? Okay. I don't know if they'll be relevant to something. Nope. The broken chairs were almost begging you to leave the building. Maybe they didn't want any visitors. Yeah, these look like they need to get replaced altogether. An old but elegant grandfather clock, which unfortunately was no longer working. Let's check out this door under the stairs. Oh god. Why are there chains on that door? Visitors would sit here to speak with their relatives or loved ones. Such a desolate sight now was heartbreaking. What I assumed was an alarm button didn't work. It might have been used to alert security of any troublesome patients during visits. No luck there. Didn't seem to be electricity in this room. All things considered, rearranging the tables and cleaning up a bit wouldn't take too much time. Oh. Broken glasses. Okay. Not sure why those were important, but sure. Oh, it does just open. I began to remember the layout of the building. This was the administrative area with offices for a few key staff members. Well, at least they had fire extinguishers. That is, provided they were operational. Doesn't look like they are, but... Bathroom? Ugh. Oh, gross! Oh, gosh! Oh, this is so gross! Oh my god. Oh, this is so gross. Ugh. I hope they rip this entire bathroom out. Holy shit, that's disgusting. There's nothing I could or should do with the trash. Oh, that's disgusting. Out of service. I wasn't planning to go in anyway. The toilet didn't feel very private in its current state. Also, you don't want to touch that. You're gonna get tetanus just from looking at it. Ugh, gross. Ooh. Okay. I don't want to go into the wards, which I assume that's what that is. Oh, an office. Move into the office. The blackboard seemed to have been used and overused through countless years. Why didn't you come? Below it... something, something, something. Psychotherapy in our society. Perception. Horizons of anthropology. Sense and nonsense in psychology. The doctor and the soul. The psychotic. Self and others. Uses and abuses of psychology. The psychology of study. Oh god. Oh, we're not actually reading the book. We're just looking at the... How do I make this go away? Okay. Motivation, emotion, social psychology, psychopathology, stigma, stereotyping. I know there's a lot of stigma against mental health stuff, I'm aware. There shouldn't be, but there is. How do I turn that off again? Oh! Visual acuity, very high. Light sensitivity. Oh! These are the settings! Oh, this is like high quality, low quality, turn the light up or down. Mouse speed. Vertical disorientation, meaning inverting vertical controls. Volume controls. Oh, that's really clever. I love that. That's really fun. Diagnosis schizophrenia. I guess we'll find out if that's true. Oh, hello? Where's my mouse? What? Why is my mouse not working? Excuse me? What happened to my mouse? What? Where's my mouse? Why is my mouse not here? Excuse me? What the fuck? Why is my mouse only there when I'm alt-tabbed out? Oh no! It's not a battery mouse, no. If I alt-tab out, suddenly my mouse is here. But if I click back into the game, my mouse is gone. Oh no, that is a bug. Holy shit. Let's maybe save and reload. Oh god. What? Okay. Load this one. Yep. Well, oh, there we go. Following a puzzling conversation with Julia, I set out to investigate the administrative section of the building. Okay. That was weird. Oh, do you remember what the button was to read things clearly? I don't remember. Okay. Oh, I didn't read that. Oh, I have to do it again. Beginnings. For decades, the Hanwell Mental Institute housed okay. The Hanwell Mental Institute housed patients of many ages with varying degrees of mental illness. Feeble-minded men and women, not fit for living independently in society, were admitted and received excellent nursing care. With a hygienic environment, magnificent facilities, and well-qualified personnel, the Institute strived to attend to all their needs. The 4-story building was constructed atop a cliff, amidst a leafy and calm forest, with the goal of housing over 300 patients. This particular location ensured maximum security. Access was severely restricted, and any patient attempting to leave would have to descend a rocky and winding path down to the base of a high mountain, thwarting any attempt to escape the facilities. Every day, patients could spend their time in the vast courtyard, library, or game room and take part in other leisure activities. The most capable ones were periodically selected to help with daily duties such as laundry, cooking, administrative tasks, and such. Groups were assembled and assigned to a therapist according to the cognitive capabilities of their members. engaging each individual in diverse approaches to therapy. Those included standard rehabilitation, hydrotherapy, group therapy, and for the more difficult cases, other more stringent methods. I could still perceive the smell of intensely strong cigarettes. Okay, toccata in D minor, prelude for guitar. Relaxing classic music. Okay, do you guys remember what the button was to read things clearly? Let me look that up real quick. I don't remember what the button was. I don't remember what the button was. Because this is much harder to read. Yeah, but I prefer, like, there's probably going to be stuff later that's much harder to read, so I'd like to remember the button if I can. Please be more mindful of the vinyl records. Their covers are scattered all over the section and they're getting damaged. We can't let patients play with them. Although I've seen members of the staff being careless with them as well. It's a shame and a disgrace to all the hard work we nurses do here to keep this place running smoothly. Alice. Try all the buttons, I guess. Ah! There we go. Found it! And then it'll play. It'll slowly scroll down to read. Found it! Nothing of note. Okay. Record book. Interviews. Well, where's the documents then? It said there would be documents in here. I don't see any documents. Where are the important documents then? Excuse me? What? I don't... I don't see any documents in there. Am I missing something? Huh? I can't just turn the page. Huh? Excuse me? Okay. Well, I guess we'll make note of it. Hopefully it'll show up at some point. Okay. Have we been in this office? Oh, that was the toilet. archives. That would be a good place to look, probably. Bringing a match into this room was out of the question. Yeah, no kidding. Many rows of boxes, presumably filled with administrative papers, adorned the east wall. It seemed to be stuck. Oh! Letter opener! The items tab. Letter opener. I'm guessing these are some of the Kickstarters. Some of the Kickstarter people. Probably. Oh! There was nothing worth mentioning. So we can put the records in here. Okay. If we have any records to play. Speaker wiring diagram. Stu Blood Coffee Sizer sounds like one hell of a mental patient. I mean, I'm going to assume those are Kickstarter people. Indicate the location of speakers across this section of the first floor. Okay. The safe may have stored valuable stuff once, but all that remained was meaningless. I mean, it's the archives, man. If you look up your own name, you're gonna be in here somewhere, probably. You're not gonna look through? You're not gonna look for your name in these records somewhere? Really? Or maybe by year or whatever? Oh, excuse me. That's my doorbell. 1 second. I will be right back. OBS. Apologies. Not much I could do about that interruption. Ah, very annoying. I did schedule it for the morning, but they decided to get here in the afternoon. Anyway, okay. Let's continue. Come on, dude. Are you not gonna look for yourself in these archives? Like, this is where the records of yourself are gonna be, man. No? Okay. All those distinguished doctors seems to have graduated from the same university. Okay. Go down this way first. No. Let's check the other records first. Offices, waiting room. Dr. Ebersbacher. Dimly lit office belonged to Dr. Anne Ebersbacher, a stern and cold psychologist who I remembered from my stay at the Institute. I was surprised to find the room unlocked. And lit. The statue was fairly heavy and somewhat tacky. That's very judgmental of you. Okay. Use the mouse to move the camera. Place it at the top or bottom of the screen to pan up or down while zoomed in. Anne Ebersbacher, an ideal complement. The recovery rate at the Institute was high thanks to advanced treatments and novel group therapy techniques pioneered by the universally acclaimed psychologist Dr. Anne Ebersbacher. Even patients with extreme mental disorders showed meaningful progress under her care and went on to enjoy full lives within the walls of the Institute. Many others returned to their families in time, ready to face new challenges and experiences in their improved conditions. Dr. Ebersbacher organized and directed group therapy sessions for patients who had a chance of recovering or demonstrated an ability to reason. She even took part in many of those sessions herself, investing an unusual amount of effort in her patients' progress. Colleagues remember her soft, caressing voice. It had a magical effect, soothing everyone around her. Her dedication was initially perceived by the rest of the staff as the mark of passion and altruism, but in time it became apparent that her interest was purely medical. Although Dr. Ebersbacher was generally moral, honorable person, she was in fact wholly uninterested in the patients themselves, and was focused rather on the improvement of science. It was by pure chance that her patients improved in return. Okay. In later years, Dr. Ebersbacher's demeanor became cold and calculating. She began to neglect herself, always showing up to work untidy and exuding a somber mood. Rumors that she made a startling discovery abound to this day. Okay. It was not placebo. It was a side effect of her wanting to do the science. She only cared about the science. She didn't care about the patients, she cared about the science. She did the science, and she didn't really care if her patients got better or not, is the impression I got. But they did get better because of her focus on the science. That's what I got from that. Also, hi, welcome in. Oh, that one's locked. This one has a combination. Okay. So let's go Ebersbacher combination. Her combination for the safe. Wondered what it was used for. What even is it? Kingsport State University. Clinical psychology. Her library was respectable and well preserved. What year? Does it say? No. Not sure how long you can be around for. That's alright. Oh! Right click. Okay, so when you're zoomed in, you right click. Oh, when you have this icon, you right click to use something. Okay, okay, got it. Oh, that's all? My hopes of finding a meaningful clue in the trash bin were crushed when I saw it empty. Oh god, this is a lot of reading. Okay. When I first arrived at the Institute, I wasn't sure what to expect. Though it's well located and its facilities are modern and effective, the horse and buggy mentality of the staff and approach to medicine are appalling. It's been a few weeks already since I got here, and I know for certain that I won't get along well with Ellis. I can appreciate Dr. Henwell's perspective and his need to take a firm hand in everyday activities at the Institute. I know too well what it means to deal with these sick, mindless individuals. That's a nice thing to say as their doctor, but Ellis is an altogether different matter. His attitude is borderline brutish and dates back to a bygone era of barbaric practices. I can't understand how this character has attained so much rank and power at the Institute. Wish I could understand what Hanwell saw in him. In spite of the general adverse environment, I'm anxious to start testing my theories with a number of patients. Fortunately, the staff seem to respect my background and extensive studies. They almost seem intimidated by them. Even Ellis treats me differently, with a kind of silent doubt, as if he didn't know what to expect. And I've seen how he treats women at the Institute. Guess I must be some sort of puzzle to him. So I look forward to keeping my notes and observations in this journal. I'll be working with a particularly diverse group, with some of its members exhibiting extreme and promising pathologies. Rebecca is by far the most intriguing subject. This woman has been a schizophrenic from a young age, exhibiting a rambling and erratic personality. No family, no social life to speak of. She used to live in the suburbs, where she'd roam aimlessly in the streets. Your typical town loony. Last year, she was viciously assaulted by two thugs, then left heavily beaten and bruised in a damp alley. It's a miracle she's still alive. It's a miracle. It's a miracle anyone cared enough to save her. Sadly, she became pregnant after the attack, which sent her psyche into an even darker downward spiral. Her mind is in a nadir now. She thinks she's carrying the spawn of the devil and has repeatedly attempted to perform something I can't say because it will probably get banned. A fringe case by any measure, the sort of patient that would receive unabashed shock treatment in other institutions and the perfect subject to test newer, less invasive approaches to mind healing. Our first group's therapy session will begin tomorrow with about half a dozen patients, or so I've been told. I'm going to focus on one particular group for now, and I believe Hanwell himself will be present for the first sessions. Nothing of the sort has been attempted in this place, and I'm excited to take the first steps into a brighter new age for psychology. Look, I hate that I have to avoid certain words, but Twitch and YouTube have been so paranoid about words like this. You get what she was trying to do. She was trying to remove the baby. I can't say the word because I'm worried about YouTube and Twitch getting really upset about it. You get frequent random interruptions. Oh, don't worry about it. I wonder what happened to these people. Record book updated, but I don't see the record book. I don't see the texts. Hello? It's not gonna be in here. Best to avoid that word. Yeah, like, I hate that I have to avoid it, but Twitch and YouTube have been on the warpath on sensitive words like that recently, so I'm just not gonna say it. I don't understand why there's where the documents are. It says they're supposed to be here, but I don't see them. Because this is just the conversation, so where's the actual records? I'm so confused. I think I can see them there, but it's not letting me click on them. What the heck? Why is there no button to open the record book? Excuse me? What? I'm so confused. Why can I not look at the actual documents that it says that it's saving? What the heck? Let me... Maybe there's a known bug or something that... Let me check that, because that's so weird. What? Oh, it's under achievements. Oh, okay. I get it. That's really confusing, but okay. I see. It's under achievements. That's what it is. Okay. That was very confusing to me for a second. You'd think that would be like game achievements, but no, I guess it's the achievements the patient has completed, I suppose. I don't know. Anyway, we found it. We found where all the texts are. Okay. I was wondering what happened to these people. Okay, so we need a combination. Oh, do we have a combination here? Somewhere? For the... We don't have a tape. Ah! That's just scratches on a piece. Is that just a reference to their old game, Scratches? I would expect to find a code on here. I guess not. Oh, no, I see what that is. That is a picture of someone self-harming themselves. I think. Scratches on someone's arm. Which still might be a reference to their original game, Scratches, but... Sorry, it took me a second to register what that was. I apologize if that was triggering for anybody. Boy, they really need to replace all of the furniture and wallpaper, huh? Well, it seems like that was it. We need a combination for her office somewhere. Oh. Lab coats had me feel uneasy ever since my short stay at the Institute, especially when worn by doctors. That feels like a valid response. Oh, naked lady. Drawers seem to be jammed. Sophisticated choice for this room. What could it have meant to the owner? I'm guessing she was into women. Maybe. Oh my gosh. Goodbye, bot. Oh, I didn't mean to... Those drawers seem to be jammed. I guess that just means that there's nothing there. We do have the cabinet over there with the combination lock we need to find. It's not on the statue or anything, is it? For some reason that escapes me, I decided to pick up the statue again. That's funny. I mean, you'd think the combination would be in her office, but maybe not. Well, I've looked at everything. I haven't found it, so I guess we'll find it somewhere else, maybe. And if not, we can always come back later. Oh. Oh! There's ghosts in these pictures, or they've been painted over. I'm guessing this is an old painting of an asylum. The office of someone named Hawthorne. I didn't need to cut that, okay. Unlock the drawer, remember the past. Kirkbride architecture. Kirkbride plan was a proposed layout system in mental hospitals for the treatment of patients. It was believed that architecture was conducive to the healing of the mind. Okay. Psychology of love. That is the creepiest fucking picture I've ever seen. Holy shit. Especially when associated with love. Holy shit. I know it's a psychology book, but goddamn. Uninteresting magazines on the table. Holy cow. Are you deformed or crippled? Pretty sure you're not supposed to say that anymore, but I don't know. I'm not really in that. Reasons for admission, 1864 to 1889. Imaginary female trouble and hysteria, lol. Of course they're there. Marriage of son? Adult fun times by yourself. Menstrual deranged. Wow. Novel reading? Tobacco and adult fun times by yourself. Liking mist? That's really funny. I like that game. Thank you very much. Bad whiskey, bloody flux, business fevers. Somebody went crazy because their son, we don't know if it's a he or a she. Some of them you can tell, but like death of son, we don't know whether that was one or the other. Marriage of son, laziness. I mean, remember in the 1860s to 1880s, you could have a family member committed without much fuss? Against their will, pretty much? That wasn't really a thing? You know, they didn't really care then. You could basically claim whatever. Egotism, excitement as officer. Exposure and hereditary. Exposure and quackery. I wonder if these are... Like, some of these I know are real, but I wonder if all of these are real ones. Like, Mist is obviously a reference to the game, but... Time of life? Snuff eating for 2 years? Greediness? A gunshot wound? To the head, maybe, I guess? Seduction and disappointment? What the fuck? Female disease, of course. Oh my god. What the fuck? We also know what uterine derangement is. Yeah, I know. We know the person who went hysterical for Marriage of Sun is a boy mom. I mean, liking Myst, that's probably a reference to the game, because Myst is a very similar type of game to this. And probably was an inspiration for their original game, Scratches. Jealousy and religion. Okay. Intemperance and business trouble. Kicked in the head by a horse. Ill treatment by husband. Brain fever. Carbonic acid gas? What the fuck? Desertion by husband? Oh man. Fell from horse in war. Good grief. Abuse of walkthroughs. Oh, that's funny. Decoyed into army, yeah. I mean, I guess that's probably the, like, army version of getting press ganged into a ship. That would be my guess, but I don't know. Abusive walkthroughs and liking Myst are definitely not historical. The war, which one? Even in the Victorian time, there were plenty of wars. Goodness. Epilepsy, dropsy, nymphomania, opium, overtaxing mental powers, parents were cousins. Oh god. Oh man, that's unfortunate. That does not always guarantee that there will be defects to the brain, but I guess at the time, you know, I don't know. Fever and loss of lawsuit. I don't know what business fevers means, but... You'd expect that person to be shot for desertion before they reach the mental hospitals. I don't know. The war with capital W makes you think this is all elderly men who don't talk about anything else. Maybe, yeah. Maybe that's what it is. Smallpox, yeah, that could affect your brain before we had vaccinations for it. I believe if you got really sick from smallpox, it could affect your brain. I believe. Heart study. Rumor of husband murder. Salvation Army. There are some of these I'm a little worried about saying on stream because of YouTube and Twitch, but yeah. Some of these are funny. Longer life for people past 40. Thorazine. And a waterfall. Okay. Julia was the new receptionist at Hanwell Mental Institute. I was shocked to see her sitting at the desk upon entering the building, but she seemed nice. Plus, she allowed me to come in without providing much explanation. Which feels sus, but I hope she's nice. Julia had mentioned that intriguing Dr. Miller was taking over operations in the Institute. Clearly someone I'd have to speak with eventually. Right. Terrible about not disclosing the truth to Julia, but there was no way she'd allowed me in if she knew that I was a former patient of the Institute. In any case, the first step to understanding my condition was to remember what had afflicted me in this place. My condition. I had been experiencing this condition for days. First, they'd been mildly annoying, the brief blackouts, but then I couldn't stand them anymore. So Hanwell Mental Institute was reopening all of a sudden. There was decidedly something strange about the whole situation, especially this imperative need to bring back former patients. Wait, was there something else? I couldn't tell if these bizarre flashbacks were actual events that had occurred in this foul place or just something my mind was creating. Whatever they meant, I was determined to stop them from haunting my existence. Items? Right. Dee 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 dee. The vast and lonely ocean extended as far as the eye could see. I felt like I was at the end of the world. Janitor? Oh, it's dark in here. There we go. Meaningless notes left for the poor janitor. Classical gold! Violin concerto, suite number 16, flute solo, nocturne suite. Turandot, okay. Judging by the smell, it had been a while since anyone had emptied that trash. Considering how dirty the blanket was, there was no way I would touch it. Ah, here we go. Office Hawthorne, Office Ebersbacher. Emptied trash. Floor swept, mopped using water. Cleaned using cloth. Floor cleaned using degreasing floor cleaner. Sanitizer applied. Okay. Clearly this has been a long time. Uses and abuses intelligence. Did it say anything on the back? No. So this must be Ebersmacher's trash, I guess. Boxes seem to be filled with random junk. Several liquids that were of no use to me. Some of them dangerous, even. I had the impression that if it worked, the radio would only play pre-war transmissions. Right. Okay. Now, there was something at the end of this hallway to look at. I think it was just the windows, but... A thick veil of grime covered the window, and it was a shame. I could have used a glimpse of the outside world. That's an internal window, but sure. Wait! I just got what the note means. The note's the combination, isn't it? It's the books. I think, probably. It's like chapter numbers, probably, right? Not in here. Which office was it that had the books? Not here. I would think so, because that sounds like chapter titles to me. If I'm wrong, but I want to check. I don't remember which office had the books in it. Can I look at her books? No. Oh. Where was it that had the books that we were looking at before? It was one of these offices. I don't remember which one though. Not there. No, Hawthorne's is locked. Where were those books? Was it out here? Oh, was it in here? No, that was the visitor's room. I don't remember where the books were. It must be one of these. Was it this one? It was this one. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Stages of... No? Uses and abuses of psychology. And then it was intelligence, memory, intelligence, and the states of mind. Oh no, intelligence. 315. 315. If I'm right, I am a genius. If I'm wrong, then it's fine. Okay, so let me remember which office this is. It's Anthony Angel office. Has the books. Look, I play a lot of games like this, okay? And sometimes I just have a brainwave. I don't know if this is correct, but I just had a brainwave and I have to try it out. If I'm totally wrong, that's fine, but... Three, 1, 5. Yes! Heck yes! I am a genius. I am a genius. Oh. And now we can listen to what she had to say in here. Scroll wheel to choose between the items. There we go.
Earlier this morning I used foul language in reprimanding a clumsy nurse who forgot to lock the door to the female wing. Truly offensive, dirty words. I don't recall ever doing that before. I've clearly been under a lot of stress lately. My worst fear is becoming another Alice, so I need to remain level-headed and focused. It's this place. There's a general feeling of unease in the Institute, and those unsettling rumors don't help. But the main reason for my jumpy state has to be the baffling regression in Group E. It's disconcerting and worrying. I'm giving Alice too many reasons to use shock treatment on these patients and take all of us decades back in time. Alice Hawthorne, the backwards time traveler, that fucking bastard. There you go.
Okay.
I did it again.
Ah, okay. Ellis is
Of all the
Hawthorne.
cases, Rebecca is obviously the most puzzling one. She's having nightmares about her attackers again. After a month of not uttering a word about the incident. And she's also becoming increasingly violent. I fear she will seriously harm herself. Yesterday, Alice found her viciously scratching her stomach. So much she left flesh wounds. She should be giving birth sometime in July. That's 3 weeks from now.
Okay.
Certainly this fact could be the explanation for her regression. If it wasn't for the rest of them.
Oh, the whole group is regressing. That feels like one of the other doctors is doing some experiments they shouldn't be. But yes, let's make a note here. Ellis Hawthorne. Group E. Rebecca, all regressing. And then we've heard the name Alice, but we don't know who that is. I'm assuming a nurse, but we don't know. She seems to suspect Hawthorne is the cause. I mean, considering he seems to be using psychology techniques from like, the Victorian times, probably, because our character is definitely not from Victorian times. At least I don't think so. Like, I don't know. We don't really know the timeline of things yet, but I would assume that we were not a patient in the 1880s. Because that would make us like 40 or 50 years old, and our character doesn't strike me as that old. But we don't know. We don't really know. But I suspect that Hawthorne, or perhaps, you know, other people on staff, perhaps the very leader of this place, are doing an experiment on this group in particular. Who knows? Because it's not just Rebecca. If it was just Rebecca... Oh boy. 9 p.m. and we haven't even looked at the rest of the building yet. Maybe we solved it too quickly.
Our adorable, high-risk patient has escaped again. No idea how he does that. Please call someone. I need assistance immediately. I'm outside the cafeteria.
Excuse me? You have a high-risk patient in here? Why would you have a high-risk patient in a building that's still under construction? Excuse me? That feels like such a bad idea. Bruno Miller. Okay. Oh, we have, find the therapy room. Group E, who called for help? This Group E that Ebersbacher mentioned in her recording, I felt it wasn't the first time I'd heard about this. Had I been part of that group? This development was clearly worthwhile to investigate. Who called for help? Someone was asking for help. The security guard? But where? Cafeteria. Oh boy, now I feel like we should have looked at the rest of the building, perhaps, before we did this. Oh, we have a map. Foyer, waiting room, offices. And we go... This is where we are, the red dot. Then we have the male wing. 2 high-risk male patient cells. We have the female wing. And we have the courtyard with... Oh, there's the therapy room. We need to go outside. Or around the courtyard. Cafeteria. Okay, so we need to go to the middle and then To the right to get to the therapy room, to the left to go to the cafeteria. The game isn't going to progress in any way until you do the thing it's wanting you to do. Yeah, I know. But it's still possible we may miss stuff if I do things a little too quickly. I don't know. I'm guessing probably we wouldn't have been able to go out here. Door wouldn't open. Could have used some fresh air. Let's go talk to Julia, maybe. Oh, she's gone. That means we can look through her shit! Scribbled notes. Register visitors. Old typewriter. Telephone. Julia had a lot of paperwork to do. This feels like you're just gonna give your employees tetanus. Why would you have people work and have patients in a building that's like this? Like, they're gonna get sick, they're gonna get tetanus, they're gonna get whatever. Okay, so they said cafeteria, so let's go that way first. We have a ways to go, I guess. This is the cafeteria, I'm gonna guess.
Hold on.
Oh, he looks angry.
Who the hell are you?
I'm just looking around.
Bruno Martins.
You what? Does this look like a shopping mall to you?
I spoke with Julia and she gave me permission. You don't need to worry about me.
This place. It's unbelievable. Am I the only one taking my job seriously?
Well,
Look, it doesn't matter. I have enough on my plate with this patient on the loose. Just be on your way.
Patient on the loose?
Yeah, I managed to lock him inside the cafeteria. See for yourself.
Okay. Why would you have a patient who is this prone to what looks like a psychotic episode? I'm not a psychiatrist. This is not a safe patient to have in a building that's falling apart.
I see what you mean. That guy seems dangerous.
Dangerous? He's a flaming demon. He's tearing down the whole place. At this rate, there won't be a cafeteria in the morning.
You do seem busy, but can I ask some questions anyway?
Sure, whatever. The name's Bruno.
Hello.
Do you know where the therapy room is?
Yes. It's on the other side of this floor.
Great, and how can I get there?
You can't with Samson back here trashing the whole cafeteria. It's the only way to reach the back corridor of this floor.
You mean the cafeteria is the only way to the therapy room?
Yeah. Well, the library also connects both sides of the building, but the last time I checked, it was locked.
Okay.
You don't have the keys to the
No.
What kind of security guard are you?
That doesn't have the
Hey,
keys,
back
yeah.
off. This place is a mess. It's a miracle they have any security.
So, the only way to reach the therapy room is through the cafeteria then?
Presently, yes.
You know, I was acquainted with this place in the past. A number of years ago, I
Wait, why are you telling me this?
assumed that since you're a security guard, you'd want to.
Hold on. We all have responsibilities here. I take care of patients who misbehave. Julia decides who gets in. That's it.
But
Anything else is above my paycheck.
Oh, I love how the game is just poking fun at, like, no, you can't just talk about every topic with every person. That's great.
So, a madman on the loose.
That's not a nice word to
Yes.
use.
We're having a bit of trouble with this especially rowdy patient. It's the second time today that he's escaped. In my defense, the high-risk section needs a lot of maintenance. Low risk is in somewhat better shape, sans the atmosphere of impending doom. But high risk needs some intensive work, pronto.
That doesn't inspire much confidence, though.
Welcome to my world. Be thankful there's only one high-risk patient admitted at the moment.
Yikes. Are you familiar with the Kirkbride plan?
Kirk what? Sounds like something I don't care about.
It's the architecture of the building we're in.
Oh, right. I remember hearing that term during meetings to coordinate the reopening. An old and impractical type of construction.
But there were plans to change that, right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know the whole story. But for sure, the idea is to continue that work, beginning tomorrow.
Okay.
I understand patients are being relocated.
That's the plan, yes.
Relocated from where?
Man, I don't know. Places. Other institutes that are too crowded. The world is a
That
madhouse
feels
these
like
days.
a weird...
What do you expect?
That feels like a
Do
lie.
you at
That
least
feels like
know
an
if they are
excuse.
old or new patients?
I don't, and that's not information I could openly share anyway. Tonight, there are very few patients admitted. Tomorrow, they're bringing more.
Okay.
Like I said, I met Julia at the entrance. She seems to be a really nice person.
She's cool, but that's also her weakness. Sometimes she can be too nice.
What do you mean?
Too nice.
For example, as a receptionist, she let in a complete stranger who talks too much.
I get it.
That's a fair point. Oh, do you know this
Yeah.
Dr. Miller?
I've seen him around, but he's a reserved fellow. Haven't spoken much with him. He's the one calling the shots now.
What do you mean, calling the shots?
Dude, are you a bit slow? He's going to be in charge when this place officially reopens. And I hear he's also secured the money to make all this happen.
Wow.
We sound so impressed.
Tell me about you, Bruno.
I'm just what you see. Nothing more.
I see a troubled man in front of me with an attitude problem.
Ha ha, so funny. Let me know how you feel after you spend a few more hours in this place.
Do you like being a security guard in a mental hospital, Bruno?
Sometimes it can be tiring dealing with patients when they're having a bad day, and also the bureaucracy. But you know what tires me the most?
What is that?
People asking
Curious
questions.
People who ask too many questions.
Yeah.
Yes, I share that sentiment. Wait.
Oh, that's funny. Goodness gracious. Okay, well, thank
All
you.
right. I'll be going.
Hey, wait. You seem like a decent sport. Or at least a harmless one. I have a favor to ask of you.
Okay.
Sure.
Can you go fetch my baton? I left it in my office when I went running to pursue our friend the Tasmanian Devil here.
Okay, I guess. Where is that?
You need to go all the way through the infirmary, then down the stairway. My office is in a lower corridor they used to call the Tunnel of the Damned.
Good grief.
Good grief.
Nah, the name is more intimidating than it sounds. Just please go, ASAP. I need that baton to deal with the ongoing crisis.
Sounds good. I'll be on my way.
Okay. Let's go back to the map. Oh, that was 2 clicks. I might take a screenshot of this. Just for my own personal reference. So I don't have to keep coming back here to check, if you guys don't mind. There we go. Okay. So. Howdy, stranger, can you go get my weapon for me? It's just a baton, but yes. He still has his other weapons, I think, but I don't think he wants to use lethal force on a patient. Okay, let's see. We need to go... the, infirmary down here. I guess down here? Because it is a male patient, so I assume it's down here somewhere. Second floor... I guess we can have a look at the library and game room, maybe? Oh wait, the library's locked, they said. Let's go that way anyway, just to see. Is she back? No, she's still gone. Let's have a look anyway, to see... Oh! I guess we're not going through the female wing. Goodness. That's been barricaded. Okay. That says something. Doors seem to be latched from the other side. Okay, so we definitely can't get in there. Let's go. Still super irresponsible. I mean, the thing is, the receptionist did let us in, so I guess he has to assume that we're not a terrible person. We did get past the receptionist. But yes. Oh! Okay. Hi, friend. Oh, bloody handprints. That's a good sign. No hospital would be complete without good old-fashioned corkboard. Male infirmary. Low-risk cells. Okay, flickering lights, it looks like. Even when it was clean and orderly so many years ago, the infirmary had never been a cozy place. The malfunctioning fluorescent lights hurt my eyes as I made my way. Flickering light warning for anyone in this area. The photo depicted a group of patients talking amongst themselves. A therapy session? This must be Group E. They were familiar faces. Yep. So one of those faces is ours, I guess. The radiators weren't working, and it showed. The infirmary felt like the Arctic. Most windows in areas with patients had some manner of protection. Still, sometimes a crazed patient would tear the grills apart and mash their head against the glass. Oh. Classic symphonies. Adagio, piano sonata, symphony, harp, and harmonies. It looked like some kind of organ. I had no idea which one. It looks like a liver, maybe? The fact that that hasn't been cleaned up and there's patients in here? You could have put the best mattress you could find on those iron beds and they still wouldn't be comfortable. This is the working infirmary you have for a hospital that you have patients in? Excuse me? This is such a bad idea. There's definitely something going on here that's very shady. Oh, we found some records. How I wish the radiators were turned on, but I'd lost hope by then. We have records? Items. We have some records. Do we have to go and reunite them with their covers? Is that what we have to do? Oh. Oh. I guess not. I thought we were gonna put the records in their cases, but I guess not. Yeah, there's somebody whimpering. Locked stairway likely led to the basement and second floor. Apparently some patients had already been transferred even before the reopening. They're bleeding? Like quite a lot? Excuse me? This does not feel like a low-risk patient. Excuse me? Okay, this got very, very dark, very, very fast. Oh my god, what the fuck? Why is everything bloody and gross? And there's no water, there's no working infirmary? Like, what the fuck? Why are there patients in this building? Nothing's working. Oh my god. Somebody didn't like his teddy bear. Ejected and discarded. Oh. What the fuck is going on in this place? This is not a building you should have patients in. That's presuming these patients are actually there, of course, and we're not hallucinating, but... God damn. What the fuck? This is very unsettling. Okay. What the fuck? I mean, we don't know if that person is real or if we're hallucinating, but if they're real, like, this is horrendous patient neglect. This place should be closed before it's even open. Like, this place should be fucking... raided by police immediately. I guess this is the 1920s or something, but Jesus fuck. Okay, that one felt like a hallucination. Oh my gosh. Okay. That got freaky very fast. I feel like we should, like, report on this place and immediately have them shut down before they even open. There should not be patients in this building, full stop. Especially not in the conditions they're in. Tunnel of the Damned is right, Jesus. The story behind that music box. These are locked. Oh my gosh. Old schedules and administrative stuff that wasn't worth my attention. Would have taken me hours to go through all these documents. There's the baton. October 14th, noon. Music again. That blasted tune echoing in the corridor gets on my nerves. As if all the bizarre noises in this horrible place weren't enough. But it's the only way to keep him calm. I'll take the creepy children's nursery music over his maniacal pounding any day. Good thing I brought my own food. They said provisions would be available for us during this phase, but I swear they're trying to poison us. I'd pick one of the abominations in those jars from the museum over that canned stuff they sent us. Or maybe not. I'm bored. I don't know who's supervising this construction work, but there's no way the place will be in safe condition to bring in more patients anytime soon. Certainly not tonight. If you ask me, and no one will, I'm a nobody, this whole thing is way too rushed. You don't need to bring in a dangerous psychopath to test the securities of the facilities. Just being here for 5 minutes will tell you all you need to know. I'm beginning to regret signing up for this. Holy shit, hard agree! There should not be patients in this building, and there should be way more supervision, because it looked like every single one that was in here was hurting themselves, and you're supposed to be able to prevent them from doing that. Oh my god, this is terrible. There's a foul stench coming from that massive metal door at the end of the corridor. I think it leads to the storage room in the basement. I can only imagine the source of that smell. Can't seem to open the door, though. It won't budge. Think it's mechanical, and that electrical sound behind it doesn't inspire confidence either. Evening. Somewhat. That's it. I'm taking the cursed musical box away. Can't stand it anymore. I don't care how much he uses music. Eventually, he'll bang his own brains into oblivion. Wow, that's nice. Gonna be organized for whatever it's worth, and note accurate times for my next entries. Well, that's why he escaped twice and freaked out. Dude. 6 p.m. The lighting in this godforsaken place is failing and giving me a headache with all that constant flickering. It's worse than the horrible smell at the end of the corridor, but at least the smell doesn't hurt. Hope the construction workers arrive on time. Stupid me, couldn't help myself and tried opening that door. Zap electric shock. Way to go, genius. I should trust my instinct next time. With all this stinking humidity down here, I can only assume the moisture has caused a wiring malfunction. One thing's for sure, I'm not getting anywhere beyond this corridor. 8 p.m. 2 keys seem to be missing. One is for the locked office of a certain Hawthorne. The other is for the office of the previous director of the Institute, Hanwell himself. That Dr. Miller guy asked me about those keys again. Sure, Your Highness, Dr. Miller. Let me spend the whole night searching for those keys for you. I'm not your damn assistant. Although, that patient roaming the building. Leo, is it? There's something odd about him. I don't trust that guy. Should have a word with him when I get the chance. Okay. So we have Leo. We have a door. And we have the music box for the patient who is now rampaging in the cafeteria, presumably. Got the keys. Are we not going to turn on the music box? Yellow record? The yellow one is relaxing, so maybe we need to turn that one on the player upstairs. Let's save before we touch the electric door. Metallic sound resonated through the menacing tunnel of the damned. Help me, kill me, help me, no god. I wonder how on earth he could draw any of that. Probably scratching it into the walls. Oh. Oh, what's this called? Forget the name of it. The patient roaming the building, Leo, the same guy in the cafeteria and the same guy who likes the music box? I don't know. I don't think Leo is the same one, but we don't know yet. We'll have to ask. A sitar? Sitar? Maybe. I forget the name of it. This is the condition he was being kept in? No wonder he fucking went wild and started rampaging in the cafeteria. Jesus. What the fuck? Even by 1920 standards, this is not acceptable. This is not okay. I feel like maybe we try and play some relaxing music on the record player at the beginning. Oh, this is very unsettling. Ooh. Flickering lights. Oh no, they're not flickering anymore. Interesting.
Hey!
Yes?
I'll take that baton, thank you.
My pleasure. It was easy to find.
And those keys too. You weren't supposed to touch them.
Oops. My bad. I thought you needed them too.
So... now what?
Well, you brought my baton. Someone who's actually helpful in this godforsaken chunk of concrete.
Don't mention it. It was easy to find with your directions. Want to hear this selection, Bruno?
Not interested.
So, what are you gonna do about that madman? You have the baton now.
I'm not going in there yet. I'll wait until he's calmed down a bit.
How can you calm down someone like him?
He will calm down. Eventually, I guess.
You should not have turned off his music box, you dipshit.
Will he really calm down on his own?
And what do I know? I'm not a psychologist or whatever. Last time he escaped, I found him playing with a toy. I think it was an instrument for children. I was able to catch him thanks to that little distraction. But now, who knows? Eventually he'll collapse.
Oh, that's a great way
done
to
for now.
talk about, to
Bye.
think about your patients. What the fuck? I mean, this is supposed to be the 1920s, but it might as well be Victorian times. With how they're treating their patients. Jesus. Fuck. Let's start the music in the record player. Maybe that'll help. If I can remember where it was. Was it in this room here? No. Is it this office? The one with the books? No. I don't remember where it was. Is it this one? No. Was it in the archives? No. Oh wait, yeah, that's it. That's it right here. Right click. A yellow record. Oh, we don't get to hear the music? Really? Unless the volume's just too low. No, there's no music. I think it is there, it's just really soft. It's already about as loud as it can get, so... That is really soft. Oh, wait, hang on. We had the schematic for the speakers. So the speakers will be playing in the cafeteria. An enchanting piece. Harp and harmonies. The harp sounded magical. Will that calm him down? Yeah, we did it. Aww. Okay. 10 p.m. I remembered how busy this place was back in the day. Patients gobbling their stew or rubbing it on their faces. I could almost hear the sound of dishes clanking. The left speaker was in decent condition. Despite its age, it was functional, as I had confirmed myself. Oh. I figured there was nothing of interest beneath that blanket, and I didn't want to touch it anyway. Is someone going to respond to the alarm? No. Okay. The remains of an old, unidentifiable meal. A grimy glass of the window covered what was surely an even more depressing view. Look, the fact that there's still rotting food from back before they were closed down means that they haven't cleaned this place up enough to allow patients in here. Like, this is horrendous. It was difficult to see anything with all the grime on the glass. Okay. Hanwell Mental Institute. 2. Adhering to the Kirkbride Principle. For most of its existence, the Hanwell Mental Institute adhered to the Kirkbride Plan, with 2 long wings extending to the west and east for male and female patients, respectively. The Kirkbride Plan was a building as a cure model for mental hospitals, focusing on healing mental illnesses through layout design and a strategic staffing hierarchy. Similar institutes built using this plan exhibited varied architectural styles, but the majority adopted the familiar bat-wing arrangement. This consisted of sections of rooms branching off from a central structure, allowing each area in the building to benefit from exposure to natural light and proper air circulation. Before the Kirkbride Plan, the mentally ill were kept in regular houses or prisons without appropriate facilities, or were concealed in public buildings. Thomas Story Kirkbride, the psychiatrist who designed the Kirkbride Plan, believed the layout of mental hospital buildings was of prime relevance to patient treatment. Various patient distribution criteria were applied within each establishment, such as the separation of high-risk patients from lower-risk ones. Kirkbride emphasized to psychiatric professionals the importance of keeping patients busy with tasks, since it benefited their mental health and also helped with the maintenance of the grand buildings. I think we've discovered these days that everyone benefits from having natural light. At least in our country, construction, people building like houses and apartments, living spaces, they're required to include a certain amount of daylight to come into the buildings, because we've realized that it's actually really important for everyone's mental health, not just mental patients. Oh. Why is my screen turned off? Hello? What? Why is my screen turned off? Excuse me? Oh, there it goes. What the fuck? I have two screens for reference, and my older screen just turned itself off for some reason. That was weird. Anyway. Oh, there was more paperwork over there. Oh no, that's just wood planks, okay. The door seemed stuck, but almost gave way. Okay. There's the map again. That's very useful. So we have to go through the kitchen, through the laundry, or if we go out into the corridor, we have the kitchen, then the laundry, then the therapy room. And see if we can get into the library and open it from this side, maybe. The metal fence was too heavy to push. Anyway, all that seemed to be behind it was mere junk. What the fuck? I don't know if any of you were hearing headphones, but in my right ear, I just heard somebody go, psst. What? Oh, that was very strongly just in my right ear. Holy cow. Oh, cutscene.
Oh.
Whoa! Who are you?
Hi. My name is Lenny.
Hello, Lenny. I didn't expect to find someone like you walking around.
Oh, but you don't have to worry about me. I behave well. They allow me to walk alone and help.
Well, that's a relief then. I'm pleased to meet you, Lenny.
Now it's my turn to clean this corridor. Why are you here?
It's difficult to explain, Lenny. Some time ago, I was like you. I was being treated in this institute. But something happened. A terrible circumstance that I can't remember, and the truth is, I'm not feeling well, and I don't want to be treated again.
Yes, I know. It happened to me too.
What? You too? But then...
I was here at that time when something happened.
Lenny, we need to talk more.
Sorry, my phone's ringing. Just 1 second, 1 second. Sorry about that. Goodness gracious. Of course, when you're streaming, they never want to leave you alone, huh?
So, what about you, Lenny? Do you roam the corridors all the time?
Oh, not quite. I'm assisting with the renovation of the building, cleaning as many areas as I can.
You seem to know your way
So,
around.
unpaid labor, got it.
What can you tell me about the Institute?
I don't know. It's nice. I like it in here. Feels
Really?
like home.
How long have you been here?
Oh, long time. Years, as far as I can recall. They took me away all of a sudden, but I kept asking about Hanwell, and one day they brought me back.
But don't you want to leave and go outside, see the world?
Not really. Maybe I did want to leave a long time ago, but I've forgotten why. There's nothing out there for me.
That's so sad. Oh man. You mean to tell me that he was in here and then bounced to a different place and then bounced back here? And he's never been able to leave care? Oh man. And he's performing unpaid labor.
You know, I used to be like you, Lenny.
Oh, are you feeling better now?
You could say that. I was well, at least for a while.
So, why are you here?
That's a very good question. The building is surprisingly deserted, isn't it?
It is. There aren't many like me, and I'm the only one who helps.
Do you know if there are more like you coming?
No. Sorry.
Was he in the picture? Oh.
I'm looking for details about a particular therapy group.
Therapy?
My suspicion is that patients who participated in a series of therapy sessions were somehow connected to the circumstances that led to the closure of the Institute. Does this sound familiar to you?
Therapy groups. Yes. I remember them. I had many friends back then.
You do remember?
I remember the sessions. We were all there. They called us Team E.
Hold on. Did you mean Group E?
Yes, that's it.
But wait, you were saying that you were in Group E during the sessions?
Yes. I remember the letter E very well when they called us. And, Dr. Anne.
This is extraordinary, Lenny. Now we need to understand who else belonged in Group E. About the patients in Group E, you said you were there.
Yes, there were a few of us. Dr. Anne spoke often and encouraged everyone to speak too. At first it was nice. We enjoyed sitting next to each other. I think I remember you.
What?
It was a happy time, but then came the pain.
Pain? What are you talking about, Lenny?
I'm not sure, but it all started down below. I don't want to think about it.
Okay.
Let's talk some more about this Group E. You said you remember me.
Yes. Yes, I do.
I'm so sorry, Lenny, but I can't seem to remember you. It's been such a long time since I was here.
It's okay. You seem like a friend.
And
Aww.
I believe you're a friend too, Lenny.
Oh, I love Lenny. I hope he doesn't get hurt by the end of this. I love Lenny. I will. I'm just exhausting the
Who else was
topic.
part of Group E? Please try hard, Lenny.
This is what comes to mind. Friends with fears and problems.
Such as?
I don't remember his name. A big man with the mind of a child. He had an accident and was terrified of fire. We could never talk about fire during the sessions. Dr. Anne forbade that.
What about the others? How many of us were in the sessions?
Oh, there was a woman. She had a baby inside, but she didn't like the baby and often hit her belly.
That sounds terrible.
Okay, so we have Rebecca, we have Lenny, we have a big man with the mind of a child.
Anyone else from Group E, Lenny? Just one more effort.
I don't recall the names. There was a man who was funny, but sometimes also mean. And another one with a funny accent. But please,
Funny
I don't
man.
want to talk about this anymore.
Accent man. Down below?
Down below? What do you mean?
Yes. We were all happy until they took us to the floor beneath.
I assume you mean the basement. What happened there?
I'm guessing electroshock
I
therapy.
don't want to talk about it. I want to forget. No more pain.
Please, Lenny, I really need to know what happened. It will help both of us.
That's where it all started. Down below. You should go and see for yourself.
I will. Julia.
What are your thoughts on Julia?
Who's Julia?
The girl in the foyer. The receptionist.
Oh, yes. I saw her a few times, but we don't speak much. I'm too busy cleaning.
Dr.
Have you
Miller.
met Dr. Miller?
Yes, briefly. I don't like him.
Why is that, Lenny?
He's hiding something.
Yeah, I think that's
Be
obvious.
careful with him.
You remember Dr. Ann?
About Dr. Ebersbaker.
Ebersbaker?
Bebbers?
That is a very
Ann
Americanized,
Ebersbaker.
Oh, Dr. Ann, yes.
very Americanized way to say
when
it.
we gathered the chairs around her, it was nice speaking with her.
What were the therapy sessions about?
Well, let me see. We talked about our problems, how to keep a healthy mind, our fears too, and how to cope with them.
I mean, he
Dr.
looks creepy,
Ann
but
made
that's
me
kind of the
feel well.
model style. But he's such a sweetheart.
Lenny, I don't think Dr. Ann really cared about any of us.
Don't say that.
It's just things that I read about her research. She only cared about her reputation.
No, stop it. She made me feel happy. That is everything that matters. I don't want to talk about this anymore.
Okay. I'm sorry. Like, it's that thing of like, well, if it makes you feel better and it makes you happier, and it doesn't hurt you not to know, then, you know, I don't know.
What do you think about Bruno?
Who is that?
I'm referring to the security guard.
Oh, that man. I didn't know his name. We saw each other a number of times, but we don't speak. I think he's mean.
Yes,
Yeah.
he does seem to have a bit of an attitude.
Okay.
Nothing else comes to mind?
I don't want to think about that anymore.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Did you hear anything else about this?
No.
Did you hear anything?
Okay.
Lenny, I'm looking for the therapy room.
Yes, it's down the corridor.
Oh, then if you would just let me...
No, you can't go.
What do you mean?
I'm cleaning the corridor.
Okay, I'll just step right here, carefully, and avoid.
No, you'll ruin everything!
Fine. Please, don't scream.
Okay.
Lenny, I'm having nightmares about my stay in the Institute. I think something terrible happened to us inside this place.
I am happy to help you, but I don't want to remember. They're sad memories.
But still, it's important we understand what happened to us. Can't you?
Please, no. Stop.
Sure, Lenny. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I feel bad. Like, I don't want to push him too hard. 'Cause, yeah, he's in here, and he probably would do better in a different institute, but it's not really up to me to push him. You know, he seems to be doing okay. I don't know.
About me.
Are you feeling bad?
That's one way to put it. My memories feel like they're broken. I've been here, that's one certainty, but some grisly event left my mind crippled.
I feel the same. My memories of that time are fuzzy. I liked being here. This place always made me feel comfortable until the event.
What did they do to us, Lenny? If I'm unable to recall what happened, I'll lose my mind. These nightmares or visions are haunting me. They can happen anytime, any moment, and they
I'm
disturb
guessing
me to no end.
I don't think I have visions myself, but my mind isn't well either.
I can
I'm
feel
guessing
their flashbacks,
that the woman we saw at the
as in
beginning, the
actual
dead
moments
ghost,
that
might
took
be
place
Rebecca.
here, in this institute. Perhaps they're a sign that
Sounds
my
like
mind is
PTSD,
beginning
yeah.
to recover. We need to find the truth, Lenny.
I will help you.
Oh, that's nice.
Nothing else comes to...
I don't want to think.
Did you hear anything? Lenny.
But not in. Please respect.
All right.
Okay. I think that's
well,
it.
Lenny, it was nice talking to you. I'll be on my way.
Wait, you said you wanted to know what happened?
That's right.
Yep.
I came here looking for answers.
Oh, I don't like these memories, but it all started down below.
Down below?
Yes.
Oh, this is in case you
I've been
didn't
trying
click
to
through all
forget,
the
but
right
if you
items,
want
I guess.
answers, you should go there.
Okay. Okay, bud. I don't think you're actually cleaning at all, but it's okay. Whatever makes you feel better, bud. Oh. Can we get into this room? No way to get in. Cart was full of rubbish. Poor Lenny was gonna have a lot of work. They should hire actual cleaners, but I don't think he's actually doing a whole lot of cleaning. But if he is, that's unpaid labor and should be illegal. I know it probably wasn't at the time. I thought that was a person for a second. Okay, I guess we're going down. Flickering lights. A pile of broken wheelchairs and random rubbish decorated the bottom of the staircase. Leftover paint inside the cans was dry and useless. The cans hadn't been sealed properly for a long time. Whoa, okay. That is something. Anyone ever see that movie Mars Attacks? There it's funny, here it's creepy. I mean, it's also creepy there, but... Toy Story. Well, this is an actual... In Mars Attacks, it's an actual woman's head attached to an actual chihuahua's body. Okay. Oh, I thought we were entering cutscene, but we're not. Okay. Oh boy. What's this? Bug spray? Precaution. Precaution. What? Plint. Is this glue or bug spray? I guess we're not gonna know. Well, I mean, Mars Attacks is a comedy. It is very cheesy and very silly. It is meant to be silly and funny, not, like, bad. It's not a horror movie in any sense. Clothes had been hanging in a dark and damp place for a long time and thus were covered in mold. Yeah. Some stacked boxes and uninteresting... Dead cat? Well, that's sad. I guess it's starved. Oh, I just went back the way I came. Maybe some time ago patients used to wear them, but at present they wouldn't serve even as dish rags. Mosquito on the front. The red word means mata, means kill in Spanish. Aha. Yeah, they are a Latin American studio, so there probably will be some Spanish in here. So it's good that you're here, Lux, because you speak Spanish. Boy, it's real dark. Is that where we came from? Wait, where did we come from? This is where we came from? This is where we came from. Okay. So this is where we came from. Then we have this door, and we have a pitch black hallway. Okay, furnace. Padlocked. That's some scratches vibes right there. Boiler wasn't working. For the time being, we've been able to proceed without raising much suspicion, but that won't last long. Yesterday, the absences from the yard were noticed, and Nurse Alice inquired about the missing patients. Sidestepping Ebersbacher and addressing me directly like that means the nurses are far more concerned than I imagined. As for Ebersbacher, I overheard her wondering aloud why my patients were covered in dirt if they haven't been seen in the yard. Okay, so we have confirmation that Alice is a nurse. It's a relief that Walter gave in to the idea of renovating our building, but he's growing too old-fashioned and stubborn. No doubt the failure of his invention hit him hard. He used to be keener on progress and the swift adoption of new modern technologies, but something deep inside him has changed. Now he's stuck in the past and has grown too attached to this building, his grandiose creation, which inevitably has to change. No matter, we've waited for too long and we need money. It always comes down to money. Until we're able to secure adequate funding, we have no choice but to resort to cheap labor. Being located in the countryside has its share of benefits, but procuring the manpower needed to remodel this place has proven to be quite a bit more challenging than expected, and always subject to the brutal reality of cost. At first, Walter insisted we select one patient from each group to minimize the risk of calling attention to their absence, but I argued that it was preferable to choose an entire close-knit group to avoid spreading unnecessary chatter that we couldn't control. Of course, in the end, they're all lunatics. Their word carries no weight compared to ours, but it's still desirable to keep gossip to a minimum. If one small group of mentally unstable people insists on discussing things the greater population knows nothing about, we could always contend that this isolated group is experiencing a collective hallucination. I think Walter is, Hanwell. I think Walter is Hanwell. So they were, in fact, illegally using the patients for labor, unpaid, without telling anyone, including the nurses, which is why they're getting worse as a group. And that's why Lenny can't stop himself from cleaning, because that's what he's been trained to do. By, presumably, Hawthorne. Oh my god, that is awful. It's almost midnight, and my turn to supervise the work. One of the patients mentioned an odd smell emanating from the newly opened tunnel. They always imagine the strangest things, but I think I heard a sort of hissing sound that puzzled me. This seems worth investigating. Can't believe it. As I approached the opening, there was a hint of haze or condensation in the air, and it smelled very unusual indeed. I can't describe it, but it felt old. Some kind of ancient, highly concentrated, earthy smell. Furious about this, I instructed the patient, Leonard I believe, to strike that wall one more time. I had to insist twice. His tool wedged open the crevice, which released a formidable stream of fumes. It's hard to convey on paper, but there was a change in air pressure, and the foul odor intensified throughout the tunnel. The patients are too nervous. I must seek Walter. Was this them building the Tunnel of the Damned downstairs? Was this them building the Tunnel of the Damned downstairs? Ancient Native American burial. Let's not jump to conclusions. We don't know what they found. But we know there's a foul odor emanating from the door at the end of that hallway. Jonas Crawford, 42, condition unstable. Therapy group E. Oh, there we go, that's one of them. Medium-sized male whose outlandish behavior and off-putting manners often disturbs his peers. A clear case of paranoia and deemed highly unstable. Even though he is slim and fairly short in stature, Jonas Crawford has been known to terrorize some of the most tenacious patients with his wild, staring eyes. Fortunately, Crawford is often in good spirits, and whenever that happens, he can be in one of the most joyful and amusing patients in the Institute, constantly making jokes and lightening the mood. He's a fast talker and quite witty too. He could have become a great comedian if not for his mental condition. However, just as he can be cheerful, he can also immediately turn violent and frequently causes harm to both his peers and the nursing team. Okay, so that's the funny man, I believe. Jonas Crawford. Jonas Crawford. Crawford has an intense fear of darkness, which many specialists still cannot explain. It's the dark, man. It's one of the most fundamental fears we have as humans. Although some people have it worse than others, obviously. Okay. So they were burning patient profiles down here? That's not suspicious at all. Both funny and mean, yeah. The pipes in the room were covered with rust. Okay. Oh god, that's pitch black. Holy shit. Okay, so that's the furnace. So we have this way, and we have this way, both of which are pitch black. Too dark, yeah. We need a lantern or something. I don't know why you didn't bring a flashlight. You thought you were coming to explore an abandoned building, and you didn't bring a flashlight? That just seems silly. Do we grab, like, a burning torch or something? Can we grab, like, a torch or something? No. Okay, well. This is the way we came. Is there like a light source or a flashlight or something down here? Nope. Let's see if Lenny's done cleaning. Oh, we can go further up. Oh, no, we can't. You done, buddy? Hey,
Lenny,
bud.
do you have a moment?
Yes?
Lenny, I need to learn more. What's in the basement?
I don't like to remember that place, but something happened down there.
What am I supposed to do?
Just look in the rooms.
It's too dark, though. Crawford!
Are you familiar with the name Crawford?
Right. Crawford. He was in our group with Dr. Ann. He made many jokes. So funny. I laughed a lot with him. But he also had a scary look on his face. Sometimes he just went crazy.
Do you know what happened to him?
No. One day, he just disappeared.
Oh, that's why they were burning the records, I guess, because he probably died doing whatever it is they had him doing down there.
Did you hear anything else?
Okay. Can I go?
Lenny.
I'm so...
Another hour.
See
Okay,
you
so we
around,
need to
Lenny.
find a light source to let us down here. Maybe the security guard has a flashlight we can borrow? Because we need a light source to get down there. Maybe we can ask him for a flashlight? I don't know what else to do. I don't know where else to get a flashlight from. We're just gonna pass by this extremely unsettling corridor. God, when you get out of here, you gotta call the fucking police on this place, man. This is horrible. Hey, man.
Hey, Bruno. Is there anything you can tell me about the base?
I don't know, man. It's a basement. It hasn't been used in ages. And there's a foul stench coming from down there.
Interesting.
You find that interesting? Clearly you have unusual interests.
I need
You
a
don't
light.
find the basement interesting, Bruno?
What I find interesting are paychecks and being left alone.
Okay, I get the message.
How do we...
What can you tell me about Lenny?
Who?
The patient who is cleaning the corridors.
Oh, Leo.
I think it's Leonard, but yes, that guy.
I don't appreciate him wandering around like that. But I guess he's okay. Doesn't look like he could do much harm to anyone. But I'll tell you this. I saw him a number of times getting too close to places he shouldn't be. Once I saw him entering and leaving one of the high-ranking offices.
Now that's strange.
You bet. There's likely confidential information in there.
Ever heard of a patient called Crawford?
Crawford? No, I'm sorry. Then again, it's not like I pay much attention to the patients' names.
No worries, thank you.
Okay. I don't think he's gonna know anything about Group E because he wasn't working there at the time.
I'm trying to determine which patients were part of this therapy group named E.
Listen, that sort of thing is way out of my jurisdiction, but I don't know of any ongoing therapies at the moment.
Not now. I mean in the past. Before the place was shut down.
Then there's no way I can help you with that. I wasn't even a security guard back then. But if it's so important to you, you can try Dr. Miller upstairs. He's more acquainted with that period of the Institute's history.
All right, thank you. That was actually helpful, Bruno.
I'm trying to be a better person. Not. Now leave me alone.
Oh, it's so funny.
So you really don't know any...
All I know?
Okay, so we
See
need
you
to
later,
find a
Bruno.
light source somewhere. Wait, is this going back up? I didn't mean to go back up. Oh, that's the way up. I don't think we ever went further down here. Did we? Okay. This is the electric door that we probably shouldn't touch. So let's save, just in case. Yep. Oh, it does nothing. Well, that's anticlimactic. I thought I would get electrocuted or something. Okay. Let's go back up. And maybe talk to Julia. I don't know. Oh gosh. I'm so sorry for all of you in here. I'm so sorry. This is awful. There's not much I can do about it though. Maybe ask Julia? If she's back, she is.
Oh, one more thing, Julia. This topic is giving me a headache.
Yeah, me too.
Do you know where the therapy room is?
Yes, it's on the other side of this floor.
I see. Thank you. So, there's a therapy group simply named E, and I'm interested in finding out more about the patients in that group.
We're talking about the past here, correct?
Right, before the reopening.
Well, that's a complicated one. There are few records left about how things were organized back then. What is your interest in this Group E?
I believe that I'm acquainted with those patients, but I'm not sure how many were in the group.
Your best bet is to seek out the individual reports for those people. Each patient used to have a printed sheet with their medical history, the room they were housed in, and whether they participated in any therapy sessions.
I see. Well, that's helpful enough, Julia. Thank you.
Where do I find those
I have
records?
nothing else to say about.
Fine by me.
I met Bruno.
Yeah, he's our new security guy. He can be grouchy and quite unpleasant sometimes, but he's got a heart of gold.
He seemed quite angered by my presence here.
Well, it's a strange night to begin with. Just make sure you avoid asking him as many questions as you do me.
Too late for that.
Do you know Lenny?
It's funny you call him Lenny like you were friends. Yes, I know Leonard. He's been around in the Institute for a long time.
It seems like he's taking care of janitorial services.
Oh yes, I understand it's a kind of treatment of, positive reinforcement. That's it. Leonard is the... What's an appropriate word for this? The most normal of the patients we have readmitted so far?
Yes, he seems quite nice. Do you know of anyone called Crawford?
No, I'm sorry.
This topic is giving me a headache.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. Do we ask about the architecture?
What do you know about the Kirkbride architecture?
Phew, that's a loaded topic. It's the structure of this very same building.
Yes, I assumed as much.
But I know it became dated and impractical, and a big part of the upcoming renovations beginning tomorrow is to turn this old design into a more flexible layout.
Sounds ambitious.
I hear they're going to tear the place apart.
That's probably for the best. Though then the patients need to be housed somewhere else. Again, getting bounced between places does not sound good. Okay, well...
I'm done for now.
Can we go upstairs? Yep. I thought she was gonna complain at us. I could catch glimpses of the outside world through the windows, but ominous clouds ruined the view. Well, she doesn't seem to complain about it, so I guess we're going upstairs. Okay, let's start with this door. Locked. The view might once have been breathtaking, but between the stains, dirt, and the gloomy night, it was anything but. Oh, the third floor is the problem. Door is latched from the other side. Okay, that does nothing. Well... I am not sure where to get a light. I haven't seen a flashlight anywhere. How do I get a light? Oh yeah, the patient's gone. Otherwise we would not have been able to meet Lenny. How do we get a light to explore the basement? Well, that's the furnace. But how do we get enough light for the basement? Can we just open the door to the furnace? Keep it open? I'm a little confused what we're supposed to do here now. So we found the papers. Presumably Hawthorne's diary that they were trying to burn. How do we find or make a flashlight? Excuse me. They gotta give me the option. Yeah, they're not giving me the option. I'm not sure what to do now. Maybe go through the offices again and see if I missed something. Not the archives. Uh-huh. Not here. Is there just a light switch down there that we're missing? That we're not seeing? I don't know. Oh right, these glasses were here. I don't know why they're important, but... they must be if they let you pick them up and look at them. Wait, there wasn't anything in that table, right? No. I mean, there's not gonna be anything in here, but... aside from absolutely gag-worthy toilet. If there's just a light switch or something that we missed down there, I'll be very upset. Right, we've read this. So yeah, we've established they're getting worse as a group. Because for some reason they decided that the group with the pregnant woman was the group that they would pick to do the construction work. Okay. Anything here? No. This one's still locked. Does the janitor have a flashlight? Doesn't look like it. Okay. I guess what we need must be down there somewhere. I am very confused, though. Something in the boiler room. Okay. I guess I just missed something. So far they've been pretty good about us not having to go too far to find what we need, so... I guess I didn't need to go all the way back, but I didn't know what else to do. I thought I clicked on everything in the boiler room. We've looked at this. There's not really anything else here. We've looked at this. There's not really anything else here either. Oh. I don't know. I don't know. A fuse box? Ah! Emergency lighting wiring. Okay. Fix lights in the basement. Well, at least we have the emergency lights. That's good. Okay, that's creepy shit. That's where we came from. Flowing water. Okay, this is real the fucking dark. Yeah. Okay, other room. No luck. Nope. Nope. And we continue. Making sure to check everything. Okay. So we don't have, we need to, something rubber to wrap around the wires. Door would lead back to the high risk. Oh! So once we get the electricity working, this will be open. Okay. Interesting. Maybe we do switch the power switch and see which lights actually turn on. That doesn't look good, though. I guess it sort of works? Flickering light warning. No, still too dark in here. Oh, there's something here, though. Wire clippers. Wire clippers is good. The rest is still too dark. Okay, and then we need to turn the power off in order to fix the lights, or we're gonna electrocute ourselves. That would probably result in an electrocution. Let's save anyway, just in case. No, not the knife. The wire clippers. There we go. Not the most professional electrical job, but it would hold, at least for now. And then we can turn the power back on. In a way that doesn't fucking electrocute us when we try to touch the door. Oh, that's too far. My bad. This one. Now we can turn the power back on, hopefully. There we go. Okay. Now we can explore these rooms. Oh, there was a minecart. They were excavating something. Tools and machinery lay scattered across a construction area, seemingly abandoned in chaos. Walls were cracked, peeling under the weight of years, and the metallic scent of something, something, something. Okay, they were trying to excavate something, it looks like. A cart for transporting construction materials was in the center of the room. Rusted in place, so we need oil? Or anti-rust? I guess. Oh. Flashback! Okay. For the first time, I felt like there was a clear purpose or meaning behind a vision. My mind was trying to unearth an important memory. What were a group of patients doing in the basement? What were we forced to do here? Dig something up, probably. Tools seemed oddly familiar to me. An opening in the construction area was boarded up. I mean, if we take the pickaxe, we could break it down and see what the fuck is down there, but I guess we're not doing that. Cart, which had seen better days, was in the corner of the construction area. So, I'm guessing the construction people that Dr. Miller had come over, or has coming over, are probably gonna look for whatever this is. Maybe. Potentially. Maybe. So we need something like oil for the rusted carts. Is still a thing we need. Smelly door, we know what that is. Oh! 11 p.m. I guess we're gonna be here all night. Oh, that's the furnace. My bad. Okay, and we need keys to the basement door. Keys for basement door. The cage door where we heard water. Keys to the basement door. We need oil for the rusted cart. Or something for the rusted cart wheels, maybe. I don't know. Isn't Bruno gonna be shocked to see us coming out? So I'm betting what they found down there was probably something Lovecraftian. Most likely, something related to the fish people. Oh, he's not here. Can we take the keys? Can we steal the keys? Would disturb the dangerous patients even more. No, he... Oh, yep! Keys! Nowhere to be seen. I need access to more places. I took his keys. And I wasn't proud of it. Well, I'm proud of it, even if you are not, main character. Maybe those have keys to the basement door. Let's check that before we go anywhere else. I'm betting Lenny will be done now, because he said it would take him about an hour. Yes! There's a sewer entrance? Why is there a door to the sewers? For a second I thought about running away and never coming back to this place. Well, you should. Probably. The gauge presumably showed that water is still flowing through the pipe. Can we use this? Oh, no. So we need, something. We need a wrench for the sewer. We have the keys to the basement door. Why don't you walk along the walkway, my dude? Instead of wading through the sewage. Oh. A valve. Septic tank. The gate at the end of the sewer seemed to open only under certain conditions, possibly related to water pressure. Okay, that rumbling noise makes me very nervous. Drain the septic tank. I was too disturbed by now to think straight, but I knew that something of cardinal significance was down in the sewers. A group of doctors forced Group E, and thus me, to work down below in the basement. But why? What were they trying to accomplish? So I'm guessing the valve goes here? Yep. Oh, there's no puzzle? Aw, I'm kind of disappointed there's no puzzle. As I walked away, I realized maybe the valve could come in handy somewhere else. Okay, thank you, game. That is a good hint, otherwise I would have just left it there. Okay, so... oh, I'm gonna need to find the hydrotherapy, the greenhouse, and the balcony. Okay, so for the water pressure, let me write this down here. We need the balcony. We need the hydrotherapy. Hydrotherapy. And the green house. Got it. Okay, so now we go back upstairs smelling like sewage because for some reason we decided to wade through it instead of walking along the little stone pathway. But we should be able to go through to the therapy room now. Oh, the cart's gone, so we can go upstairs from here as well. Should we try that? Let's do that first, because the therapy room is going to be the next thing. Ooh, spooky music. Ah! Here's the second floor. Let me make a screenshot of this as well. Not that we've really needed the other map so far, but you know, you never know. Okay, let's see. We have male hospital. We have the female hospital on the female wing. And then we only have one side that has rooms on it. This one's open. We have operating rooms, rehabilitation, psychiatry, laboratory, morgue, museum, office of the director, and the solarium. The solarium is right next to the morgue, so anytime you wanted to put the patients out in the sunlight, you brought them past the morgue? Really? Oh, that's the side we're on. Oh boy, this place just opened up, huh? Maybe let's go to the treatment room first. I feel like I might get really sidetracked otherwise. Laundry. Anything in here? The size of the institute demanded large and industrial washing machines to keep up with demand. To think these clothes had been worn by patients, people I may have known in the past. Had they been discharged? Were they still alive or sane? I pondered these questions in the lonely night. Dirty clothes, waiting for their very delayed turn to be washed. I think these are so moldy that washing them would do nothing. Oh! The majestic yard in which so many patients communed and healed together was now in a sorry state, barely serving as a mere shortcut across the building. The shed appeared to be locked. Okay. Memorize which door it is. It's the one next to the big shed. The once beautiful feature of the yard, the fountain, was now filthy and in shambles. Incredible view back then from these benches. Oh, wire cutters. Okay, that goes back here. So we have this door unlocked now. That's good. Let's check out this side. Could almost hear the sound of the birds fluttering in the early morning. Used to be a nice spot to relax and get some fresh air. What does that say? 1874. I can't read the name. Okay, well. There's only two doors. I thought there would be doors on all sides, but there's not. Okay, so that's open now. That's good. 9. Unsettling rumors. In later years, dissatisfied employees at Hanwell Mental Institute began to circulate wild stories about mistreatment on the part of the executive staff. At the time, authorities ascribed the rumors to the general atmosphere of discontent at the institute, as it was a matter of public knowledge by then that the erstwhile international prestige of the establishment had faded. Its glory days long gone. The building was in an appalling state of disarray, displaying an evident lack of direction and maintenance. The situation became more serious when family members of patients began reporting an alarming number of injuries to the bodies of their loved ones. These ranged from severe bruises to burn marks, and in the more extreme cases, fractures. Initially, the injuries were thought to result from unfortunate accidents related to the known issues besetting the mental hospitals, including underfunding, understaffing, and growing workplace animosity. Eventually, however, burgeoning pressure from the public eye and human rights organizations prompted authorities to initiate a series of investigations into the establishment for the insane. Interviews with institute staff ensued. Testimonies from low-ranking workers and nurses included descriptions of anguished shrieks echoing through the hallways, their precise sources difficult to locate. In one of the most sinister accounts, an anonymous report suggested the screaming was coming from underground. Other stories mention the disappearance of a certain number of patients, a phenomenon that often happened during the night. But the most chilling rumor of them all was that the patients were being deliberately subjected to various forms of torture. When questioned about these scandalous allegations, Dr. Ellis Hawthorne dismissed them as the gossip of employees not fit for their jobs. He argued on record that the distressing screams originated from the high-risk section, in which dangerous patients with a history of violence would regularly experience psychotic fits. As for patients disappearing from their cells, he stated it was common for them to get lost in the monumental building, with hours sometimes passing by before they were found. Yet another reason why the upgrade to the unit system layout was the top priority of the administration, Hawthorne added. During this period of upheaval, Dr. Hanwell himself opted for a perplexing silence, never publicly commenting on the situation. With circumstances spiraling out of control, authorities continued to closely follow the events transpiring at Hanwell Mental Institute. Hanwell Mental Institute, Jesus. Okay. What's this? Sad and naked plant, which might have been gorgeous and colorful once. Center of the gallery. The perfect metaphor for Hanwell Mental Institute. I don't recall if patients were allowed inside the gallery, but with these sorts of paintings, I hope not. Dr. Ellis Hawthorne, psychiatrist. Wow! His picture's big up in here. Dr. Anne Ebersbacher, psychologist. Chilling. So why is Dr. Hanwell's painting not in here? Jammed beyond hope. Okay. Good to know. Sink had long since outlived its usefulness. Oh? Something here? What are we grabbing? Oh. What are we doing here, game? Is this just to have a bit of water? That we have access to later? Okay. Water. By laundry. Or, well, by the gallery, really. The food cart must have made long trips down the halls of the Institute back in the day. Finally found myself inside the therapy room. The whole place was in a state of disarray, as if everyone had left in a hurry. Okay. Alertness, attention, attitude, expressivity, interest in topics, judgment, knowledge, memory, sense of humor, comprehension. Apparently our group, E, did not have a sense of humor. Patients in Group F show a marked improvement in their mood and awareness, as well as willingness to communicate and interact with their peers. The inexplicable regression in Group E continues to puzzle me. I'll discuss their individual issues separately. Lenny used to be a kind of leader figure, very communicative, someone the rest of the group look up to. But he's been a lot more withdrawn recently. Oh yeah, because he got blasted by gas from whatever was down below. Lost in what seemed like dark thoughts he refuses to share. In the case of Hodgson, I could guarantee a smooth session. That's probably the accent man then. Oh no, wait, we have two men left. The guy with the funny accent and the big man. In the case of Hodgson, I could guarantee a smooth session, provided nobody brought up anything related to the nature of his trauma, but he's growing increasingly tense and neurotic. Crawford has always been troublesome, but he seems more on edge than usual, and even more of a problem these days. Rebecca should have been allowed to get rid of the baby. Honestly, that should have been her choice from the get-go, but, you know, considering she was not in any state. Look, I believe that every woman should have the right to decide for themselves, even the mentally ill. There are times where I guess a doctor could say maybe they're too mentally ill to make that decision. I don't know. I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't know what to say about that. But if it's the cause, if it was the result of violence, which it was, and she didn't want it from the very beginning, which she didn't, and it makes her mental issues worse, I'd say she probably should have been allowed it. And this is a psychiatrist saying that she should have been allowed it, so I'm gonna agree with that one. Women deserve the right to their own bodies, dang it. LaRoche, beginning to believe he's a lost case. Okay, so we have LaRoche, and we have Hodgson. We don't know which is which yet. Okay. Oh, that's the door we came in? Nothing but still darkness outside, which only made me feel more apprehensive. Oh. Oh, there's the big guy. There's Lenny. There's Rebecca. In my sudden vision, I was part of a group of patients in the therapy room. A female doctor seemed to care about the session. Not us, but merely the outcome of the session. Yeah, Oh! Oh no! The game crashed! No! Oh no, I don't remember when I saved. Oh gosh. I was not expecting a sudden crash. Oh no, let's see where we left off. Oh. Oh, thank fuck. Oh, it auto-saved right here. Oh, that's amazing. Okay. Let's make a manual save as well. Just in case. Holy shit, that scared the shit out of me. Also, there's no menu when you load up the game, as you may have noticed. I loaded up the game and it's immediately loaded the latest save. Oh, that's a relief. That scared the shit out of me. There we go. Bertrand LaRoche. LaRoche, cell 102A. I don't know if it's going to be relevant, but... Profile. Bertrand LaRoche is a curious case. He is a shy, docile patient with a mind seemingly trapped in his innermost recondite? I don't know what that word means. Recondite thoughts? Coming from a family of French immigrants and having experienced a troubled childhood afflicted by war, LaRoche has always had issues making friends. No doubt in part thanks to his monotone, outlandish manner of speech. Okay, so LaRoche is the funny accent man. Bertrand LaRoche. His verbal expressions often devolves into unintelligible murmurs during otherwise plain and straightforward conversations. The current diagnosis is that this is assumed to be a schizophrenic behavior. That being said, once someone earns his trust, LaRoche can become a capable and pleasant conversationalist. Yet recently, the patient seems less keen on communicating, often spending an unusual amount of time simply staring out of the windows in the game room. Specialists feel he will succumb to an irreversible state of catatonia. Well, that's sad. A missing reel, so we need a film reel. So, the therapy room needs a film. Oh, cutscene. Never mind. I guess we're just putting the film in. Okay. So, they sent us down there as guinea pigs, I guess, so we could report back on what we saw. But what we saw definitely, probably made us a lot worse.
Since the renovation of the Institute began, more patients have become agitated and difficult to manage, as if it was the architecture of their own bodies being reconfigured.
That's ominous as fuck.
Disturbed their existence in a way I couldn't predict. Some are even presenting with odd injuries, which none of the nurses can explain.
The construction work isn't actually construction work, it's digging down below, isn't it?
Is this building so firmly interrelated with their identities that changes in its structure will impact their states of mind by means of a kinesthetic regression? They rationalize structural changings in the surrounding geometry by imprinting them in their own flesh.
I don't think that's what it is, though.
Example. Where are those burn marks coming from? I made inquiries and nobody saw him get burnt. Perhaps he was allowed to assist in the kitchen and he refuses to discuss his burnings. And knowing how much the subject terrifies him, I did not press him further.
Did they burn
But the
him to get him to
scars are
talk,
disturbing
knowing that
other
fire was
patients
his
in
worst
They
fear?
believe his scorched skin is some kind of heavenly punishment or stigmata. And they're all going to suffer the same fate. This is ridiculous and degrading. They were my best group, my most remarkable achievement. Yet no one gives a damn. I swallowed my pride and consulted directly with Alice. But the pompous asshole suggested it was my inexperience at fault, my responsibility to ensure the safety of patients. So what the hell are you supposed to do then? Instead of hiding in your office, do something about your staff. And when the moron isn't jerking off at his desk, he's supervising the construction work. Why is a psychiatrist so deeply involved with the conversion to the unit system?
Because that's not what they're actually doing.
None of this makes sense. I hate myself for losing my mind. Every therapy session is now a burden. I need to reconnect with the patients. They must tell me more. Lenny is still more forthcoming than the rest, but he won't say a word about the bruises. And Hodgins, how did you burn yourself like that? If not the kitchen, the only other place. No. Impossible. They're not allowed down there.
Oh boy, did she go looking in the basement and get killed? Patient records of no importance. Okay, you can say that immediately. Sure. Fence came loose from the window. So we have the game room, and then the library. The game room used to burst with activity in its heyday. Oh. The sofa might have been comfortable once, but a present sitting here was out of the question. More chairs. The game room had been designed to hold a large number of patients in it. It reminded me of my childhood. Crayon. It's quite an inspired piece of art, in my opinion. Just an old toy. With a nail for a foot? Because the leg broke off? Aww. Anything here? Ominous, but with a hint of beauty. Fireplace was a nice way to get the room warm back then, but the staff needed to keep a close eye on the more unruly patients. I believe this was the table patients chose for playing games when it was cold, because of its privileged position near the fireplace. I had no idea what that was. Back in the days, it was nice to sit in this cozy sofa by the fireplace. The radio's batteries were dead. A completely dried plant. A wide variety of classic science fiction novels. Patients were lucky to have access to fine literature at the Institute. No idea which books were at the end of this ladder, but likely the more boring ones. A varied selection, which unsurprisingly didn't match the category of the section. That's funny. Oh boy. Physiology, pharmacology. Oh. Medical Journal, Dr. E. Hawthorne. Some days ago, I casually read a newspaper article about Dr. Walter Hanwell. Yep, see, Walter was Hanwell. A general surgeon with extensive knowledge of mental illness, who recently founded his own hospital for the insane. In his impassioned words, I could sense a sincere concern about the consequences of mind disorders. In that same article, Hanwell's notable technological advancements in his field, a discipline in which antiquated practices are often ingrained, elicited a feeling of excitement that I hadn't experienced in a long time. The fine trajectory of this kindred spirit compelled me to write him a letter, disenchanted as I was about ongoing problems in my local medical center, which I concluded was managed by closed-minded individuals. Dr. Hanwell responded sooner than I expected. We exchanged various experiences from our respective fields of expertise. In an engaging debate that I fondly remember as a deciding factor that would dictate the rest of my career, we agreed that increasing reports of developing mental abnormalities were a consequence of degenerate society. That minds operating outside the boundaries of morality would inevitably deteriorate until no shade of humanity was left. There was a mutual agreement that the fabric of our culture, our breed, was eroding. As admired professionals, we have an obligation to guide our peers into the blistering light of cognizance. We see and perceive what others don't. Not taking action would be shameful disgrace to our human condition. We do indeed live in a society. Every generation thinks that the newer generations are degrading and getting worse. Oh my god. We continued talking about how a mental hospital should be managed under the strictest of conditions, and how a symbol of solemn authority was of the utmost importance for ensuring smooth operations. Suffice it to say, I became enchanted with Walter Hanwell's grand vision, his endless quest to correct the course of society, beginning with those that had lost their way in the most profound and visceral sense, the decay of their own minds. Okay. While my storied career as a general surgeon has cemented my prestigious position in the field, a fact widely acknowledged by kindred professionals who have effusively praised my work, my true passion has always been the secrets of the mind. It was during the extirpation of a challenging meningioma that I first confused this zeal with the desire to specialize as a neurosurgeon. Yet it dawned on me that, quite to the contrary, I was growing tired of the physical aspects of the brain altogether. It was rather the nature of its inner workings that fascinated me. In time, a new path led me to research topics related to psychology and psychiatry, particularly the peculiar interplay between these two disciplines. Mental health disorders stood out as a prime subject of interest. Losing control of yourself is a terrible thing, perhaps the worst thing that can happen to a human being. The inability to discern what is real and what is not. The impossibility of determining what the incontrovertible truth is because your senses are crippled horrified me to no end. I made it my new purpose in life to delve deeper into this captivating yet disquieting discipline. I would make use of the plentiful wealth and resources I had amassed over the years to fulfill this developing personal ambition. I chose a convenient location to construct what I christened Hanwell Mental Institute as a testament to my life achievements. Enthralled by the elegant, pleasant, and even transcendent design invented by Thomas S. Kirkbride, I made sure the spot atop a peaceful cliff surrounded by distant mountains and the pristine allure of the ocean was suitable for the healing properties of his proposed plan. It was a strict requirement of my project that the proposed plot of land be untarnished by the presence of people. Only the elemental quality of perpetual woods would complement such majestic architecture. Thanks to the help of powerful contacts, I gained two long-standing relationships with the finest professionals in the world of medicine. Hanwell Mental Institute soon became a beacon of inspiration and promise for the treatment of mental health problems. Its purpose is to house the largest number of patients in any building of its kind to date. Contrary to certain delineations made by Kirkbride, I hold that a thriving community is key for mentally ill people to succeed in their hopes of being reintegrated to society. I have never studied psychiatry, but that sounds like a very sensible thing, is to get them into a community of people and help them learn how to be with people again. This is my realm. Here we shall make an effort to eradicate the ailments of the human mind. Wow. That doesn't sound pompous at all. Someone seems to have scribbled something on the cover of this book, but we can't read what it is. You know we have to go over all the shelves now, right? That's the other door. Anything here? Nope, doesn't look like it. It's a nice side library, though. Anything here? The synthy, like, drone in the background is really nice. Those books didn't seem like they belonged in this section. I can't really tell what that is. Is that a squid, or is that like a Star Wars Star Trooper helmet? Or is it something else? Is it a frog? I can't tell what that is. A shield? I wish I could zoom in. I can't tell what that is. Oh well. Next set of shelves. Just yellowed, old pages. I couldn't say if there was anything of importance, as they were utterly unreadable. Nursing. Meaningless papers scattered on the floor. It was all such a mess. An excuse to spend some time reading alone. I was not interested in going there. I wouldn't even be able to distinguish the titles because of the lack of lighting. Okay, we have the library open. Cool. Now. Tasks. Visit the upper floors. Investigate about Bertrand. Patient from the tapes is Bertrand, whose name sounded oddly familiar to me. Seemed to have been subject to a disturbing interview, but for what purpose? I had to learn more. Okay. Oh. Exquisite chandelier lent a touch of elegance to the hall. Okie dokie. Go back to where the staircase was. Where was the staircase? Oh, here, right. By where Lenny was. Up we go! Okay, so we have the director's office where we can probably talk to Dr. Miller. We have the museum next to that. We have the morgue. We have the laboratory. So the shorter section is the director's office. Right, here's the museum. And the director's office. Perhaps the right key would let me in. Key ring wouldn't unlock this door. I guess Bruno didn't have clearance to go everywhere. But also we knew he didn't have the key, because he said so earlier. Patients were allowed to pay short visits to the Haunting Museum of the Institute, which, rather than a sanctuary of science and erudition, had now turned into a grotesque carnival of abominations. Were those ears? But why? Various hands submerged in liquid. Abomination of nature, a baby with a gut-wrenching birth defect. That's a mean thing to say. There's a jar of something odd inside. An organ shaped like a pastry? Okay, they really went Lovecraftian, huh? Typical glass slide for putting tissue samples on. This could come in handy later. Seemed like a convenient spot for placing a glass slide to pick up samples. Pick up the tweezers with care. Okay. I left the tweezers in the exhibit. Okay. Series of radiographs. Human brains. Charming. Dead cat? What the fuck? Why are there just body parts randomly stored in... This isn't Victorian times. A patient undergoing some painful treatment. Oh, it's a monkey. With a big tail. They looked like Siamese twin babies? Conjoined twins, yes. I used to call them Siamese twins. I don't know why, but... Picture depicted someone important with some sort of gory medical intervention happening behind him. Oh yeah, because surgeries used to be open to the public in Victorian times. Complete human skeleton, it seemed real. Why were there so many skulls in this museum? Yeah, this is my question. Why are there just so many random chopped up body parts? What the fuck? Rebecca Bierce. Yep, I called it. The ghost we saw was Rebecca. Heck yes, I knew it. Profile. Rebecca Bierce did not suffer any specific ailments early in life, but fell victim to a violent sexual assault as an adult. She was found in a state of shock by the authorities who rescued her. And after a medical examination, Rebecca was found to be pregnant. The perpetrator was never apprehended. During the period following the assault, Bierce exhibited delusional behavior and panicked whenever men were in the same room as her. Thereafter, I mean, that seems like a reasonable response to being assaulted. Thereafter, following strict attention and care, she gradually began to recover and return to her senses while coming to terms with her new condition. Bierce eventually managed to begin socializing with her peers and to feel more comfortable in the presence of men. Regrettably, she has recently suffered an inexplicable breakdown and experiencing frequent neurotic fits. She mistreats both her peers and the nursing team, using foul, highly offensive language while screaming and kicking. In 2 incidents, Bierce was found repeatedly hitting her stomach and insisting that her unborn child was a spawn from hell. Considering what they found down below, she may not be wrong. The baby may have been influenced by whatever they found below. That tends to happen in Lovecraftian stories. Some instruments for unknown purposes, which I didn't want to discover. They had a museum in Scratches as well, that's fun. Solarium. Used to be a clean and peaceful spot to relax amid the sunbeams. Quite the opposite of its present and sorry condition. I felt a brief sense of melancholy. Insect repellent. For the insect thing down below? What did I find below? Nothing yet. Other than a mining site where they were literally setting us down into a mine shaft, which is what the construction was actually doing, probably. They weren't actually doing anything to the building, they were just doing the minecart thing under Hawthorne's stuff. The window was shattered, allowing a cold breeze to chill the room. Shore Gazette. With no date on it, unfortunately. Okay. Record of patients housed in local hospital. The renowned surgeon who keeps receiving encomiums from his peers, Dr. Walter Hanwell, director and founder of the mental hospital named after him, has made public the number of patients hosted by his institute. At 272 patients and 54 staff members, the establishment has positioned itself as one of the most highly populated mental institutions in the world. It has become the pride of our region. Dr. Hanwell recognized the importance of the Kirkbride design and architecture system in serving to house large numbers of patients in a healthy and comfortable environment. However, reputable psychiatrists disagree on this and warn about the dangers of an overcrowded building, including managerial problems and ethical dilemmas. According to the Kirkbride plan, a hospital for the insane should not exceed a maximum of 250 patients, contrary to Dr. Hanwell's claims. We acknowledge the mandate of the Kirkbridge plan, and my talented staff is keeping our patients under tight control, said Director Hanwell. Our methods are efficient, and my experience in the field has allowed us to improve upon Kirkbride's august design. State cuts 10.5 million off. Anyway, all in all, this was pretty lousy decade. I'm not talking about economics or politics, but the entertainment media itself. Okay. It's been a long and winding tentacle. I have returned for the 4.0.37 time. Are you social enough? School's plan. The stove didn't work. None of the windows here seem to have survived a long period of neglect. All things considered, the intruding vine had brought a little life into this room. Right, that was the insect repellent. Yep, this game is Lovecraftian, so... I'd seen plenty of depressing environments in the Institute by then, but the chilling morgue was on a whole different level of decrepitude and decay. Boy, they cracked out their thesaurus for this game, didn't they? The jar contained a repulsive liquid. I had no idea what these papers could mean. There's what looks like fresh blood on some of these. No way to open this. The storage refrigerator was empty, which was a relief. Just a pile of empty flasks. A hook attached to a rail, evidently meant for moving human bodies with ease. It seemed like a stock of blood, perhaps meant to be analyzed. And some very moldy bread. What a disgusting mess! It seemed like someone did this on purpose. Perhaps at a sort of protest? Those look like human femurs. I don't... Oh, 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 oh. A258. A258. Could be identified by a specific tag. Okay. Still a body here. Probably shouldn't be. C080. Yeah, whatever Dr. Miller's doing here, he is not trying to bring it back to where it was. Or restore this place at all. 103. Empty jars, thank goodness. There was nothing. I'm sorry, you know we have to look at all of them, right? They look like brains kept for research. Nothing useful here. Empty. The handle was nearly worn out. It hadn't been used in a long time. The hook behind me seemed to move a bit. It was evidently part of this mechanism. Okay. We don't really have a need to use it, but I guess we can have it come down? Didn't... Button was stuck. Okay. Shards of broken glass protruded from a broken cabinet, suggesting it was better to steer clear. Probably. Faucets didn't work here, rendering the morgue unusable. Or at least I hope so. Unfortunately, the lamp wouldn't turn on. Some organ, bizarrely still fresh. Probably because Dr. Miller's doing some crazy experiments. Still. Hammers! Bloody clothes. Frightening tools, yep. Random junk. Empty. Handle wouldn't turn. Some kind of organ. Why a brain? Why would anyone leave this here? I feel like we're gonna have to pick one of the bodies and cut them open at some point, for some reason. The book provided some details about the bodies in the morgue, names, tags, and some notes. So, can we look at which is which? E103. Oh, that's Hodgson. Okay. C080. Don't see that. A258. Oh, here. Charles Mataram and Henry James. We don't know those two, but Will Hodgson is in our group. And death certificates. So he's definitely dead. And he must have died a while ago. Oh. No, I can't open this one. Nope. A jar or something. Padlock. Whatever these are. Nope. Empty. Burnt out candle. More body parts? Jesus Christ. Is this an institute or a butcher? I think I know the answer to that. Considering how many body parts we found. Okay, so we need Hodgson's body, I'm gonna say. So we need to get this button unstuck. This button. The button was stuck. How do I get it unstuck? I think we're gonna need to grab Hodgson's body. At some point. Yeah. A regular hospital stretcher readied for our next patient who never arrived. Another gross toilet. Thankful I couldn't see anything in those toilets. Oh, the water actually works here. That's nice. Good to know. Next. Laboratory. Oh! The laboratory greeted me with a hint of sinister ambiance. The greenish lighting and fetid smell only contributed to convey an eerie sense of the organic. Also, who was this man in the corner? Okay, before we talk to him, I think I'm gonna take a break. I think I might actually call it here. I don't know how long the game is, but we have been streaming for a good 4 hours. Actually, we can probably continue a little bit. Let me... I'm not sure. I mean, it's supposed to be like around 10 hours. It's gonna take me a lot more than that because I'm reading everything out loud, of course. So I think we can probably play for another hour or two, but I do need a little bit of a break here to for a bio break, grab some new tea and make some food. So I will play some music. Don't go anywhere. I will be playing some lovely music. Yeah, don't go anywhere. I will be back in, I don't know, 10-15 minutes. See you in a bit. And we're back. I am sorry about how long that took. I do apologize. Of course, when you're in a hurry, there's always the thing of, oh, yeah, of course when you're in a hurry, you just fucking spill stuff and make stuff a mess and have to clean it up. Oh my gosh. Good grief. Ah, that was stressful. That took way longer than I wanted it to because of that, so, forgive me. I do have food. I have a sandwich, which I can nibble at whenever we're in a cutscene or in a dialogue. Ah, goodness gracious. We don't know our name yet, either, which is interesting. Okay. Big breath. Ah. Cabinet was jammed. Well, I guess we have to go talk to the man. Although I'm kind of curious what this stuff is over here. Please don't touch the equipment, okay? Bunch of dead rats. Hello? Dr. Miller, I presume.
Hello? Am I interrupting something?
Who are you?
I'm a former member of the Institute. I came here tonight to look into some document.
Well, this is highly irregular. Did Julia let you in? I'll need to have a word with her. As you can see, the building is not in a condition for you to go anywhere you please.
Oh, but I'm only going to the allowed areas.
This area is not allowed.
Sorry, my mistake. But would you mind if I asked you some questions?
I was in the middle of something important, but go ahead.
I assume you are...
I'm the new director of the Institute, Dr. Ambrose Miller. My purpose here is to honor the vision of my former colleague, Dr. Walter Hanwell.
Pleased to meet you.
Ambrose Miller.
So, you're the famous Dr. Miller.
Famous? Not quite. At least not around these parts. I'm just a humble servant who wishes to continue with Walter's grandiose dreams.
How so?
As soon as I heard this establishment was ceasing operations, I made arrangements to be transferred here. Hopefully continue Walter's work. My connection in the field of medicine...
You mean Walter's Lovecraftian work?
Here I find myself as the new director in charge of this reopening.
Tell me about him.
So, I assume you were acquainted with Walter Hanwell.
Quite so. Walter was a friend. We maintained ample correspondence over the years. Many subjects, both from the field of medicine and life itself, were our common interest. Many times I toyed with the idea of coming here to work with him. Alas, fate had a different plan for us.
What do you mean?
Well, the circumstances you're obviously familiar with. I was finally prepping myself for a greatly belated visit when all of a sudden the Institute shut down. Walter had been a friend in writing for many years, yet regrettably I never got to know him in person.
You seem quite attached to this building and its history.
I wasn't involved in those days, just acquainted with the philosophy of Hanwell Institute. The hospital used to be an illustrious example of what the will of man can accomplish. All I'm doing here is picking up the pieces and fulfilling that dream.
Right.
One more thing, Jerry.
Who?
I'm sorry, Dr. Miller.
Listen, I should get back to my work.
Wait, why did he call him Jerry? Does he know this person from the past? Is this someone who used to be here? Because Ambrose Miller has nothing to do with Jerry. Was that a slip-up because we have a basic memory of something, or was that just a mistake?
It's odd that you were such a close friend with Dr. Hanwell, yet only exchanged letters.
I don't see what's so odd about that. Some people prefer the expression and flair of the written word, especially someone as enlightened as Walter was. We never even spoke on the telephone. Always preferred the intimacy of the prose. You see, Walter was a very reserved fellow. He didn't like public appearances, nor to be photographed, and I respected that.
Yeah, I've
In a way,
noticed
it
there's
made
no
our
pictures of him
relationship more
anywhere.
intriguing. We connected down to the purest level, our thoughts.
There's one more.
Please, enough chatter. I have work to do.
Mm-hmm.
Julia seems to be a nice member of the new Hanwell family.
Our new receptionist. I don't have much to say. I just met her earlier this morning.
She's doing a fine job. Must be difficult putting a nice face to all this filth.
Filth?
I'm sorry, I mean, let's talk about something else.
Wait, is the place looking dirtier in our mind than it actually looks? Are we just painting a dirty filter over it? Or is he not seeing it? This is weird.
About Dr. Ebesbaker.
The therapist?
Yes, I'm curious about her role at the Institute.
She was well positioned in the ranks at Hanwell, respected career and all. But if you ask me, she was a failure.
Oh? Do elaborate.
So you think Dr. Ebesbaker was part of the reason why the Institute ceased operations?
No, at least not just her. But she was another component in the equation. I believe her foolish rivalry with Hawthorne distracted Walter from a greater purpose. And Hawthorne, well, he wasn't a saint of my devotion
Yep,
either.
called it. He's in on the Lovecraftian shit.
I forgot to ask something else.
I'm sorry, but I really need to concentrate.
Do you know Bruno?
Of course I know Bruno. He's our security guard.
We don't talk about
Is there anything of
Bruno,
interest you could tell me about
no,
him?
No.
Not really. He's just a security
Sorry.
guard.
But
That comes up every
he's
time I hear
working
the
in your
name Bruno.
establishment and contributes to a greater goal. You can't possibly operate this place without security.
Look, if you want to form a union with Bruno, be my guest. I need to keep working with this dangerous chemical.
Why such intolerance?
I have a highly dangerous chemical right here.
Fine. Have you seen a patient wandering around?
The one who's cleaning the rooms? Yes. Leonard, I believe.
That's who I mean, yes. Is it safe to speak with him?
Certainly. Perfectly safe, otherwise we wouldn't allow him to roam freely. I'm not familiar with his case, though. We are simply continuing with the same treatment he had in the past.
That makes you a terrible doctor. I'm sorry, but you should reevaluate your patients' cases when you take them over from someone else.
Which is?
He likes to help. How can we say no?
By prioritizing his care over your convenience.
Does the name Crawford ring a bell?
Not in the least.
Why did Hanwell shut down all of a sudden?
That's not a topic we are discussing here, as you can imagine.
I'm interested in learning the truth.
Truth these days is a social construct.
Oh, come on. A fact is still a fact, and there must be a reason why this place closed doors.
Mismanagement. Hanwell got too careless. He trusted the wrong people.
But
That is all I'm saying on this topic.
just one more thing. Would you say it's possible that, amid all the chaos, patients were wrongfully discharged?
I know patients were relocated from one institute to the other, as is the current case for our reopening.
Yet it's possible.
Yes, of course, it's very possible. The glorious Hanwell Institute may have let loose dangerous lunatics in the streets amid a media circus. Satisfied now?
Sure. Let's drop the subject. Don't you think it's a bit rash to bring in patients under such deplorable conditions?
I don't like your accusing tone. There's an ongoing housing crisis for mental patients. Would you rather have them tossed into the streets?
That's not what I meant.
Be that as it may, I'm not proud of the circumstances surrounding this reopening, but we have an obligation to provide shelter for these patients.
Uh-huh.
It's a temporary measure.
Sure. Sure. Sure, I totally believe you.
What kind of patients are you currently admitting?
Mostly low-risk ones, because we don't have enough security at the moment. There's only one high-risk patient that I know of in the establishment tonight.
And those are patients from other mental hospitals, which no longer have room for them?
That is the plan, although we are prioritizing patients who were previously admitted to Hanwell. When the institute shut down, all of a sudden, it aggravated an already serious housing crisis for mental health patients.
Okay.
About this,
We have said all there was to say.
Okay.
are you familiar with the term Group E?
Yes, that's a therapy thing. Patients were organized into small groups and encouraged to discuss their fears and problems in confidence. In a more controlled environment, they were treated by, what was her name?
Dr. Ebersbaker?
Her, yes. I see you're acquainted with the history here.
I've been reading some records on the topic.
Careful, you might stumble onto things you're not meant to read.
In a Lovecraftian game, that means a heck of a lot more than just, you shouldn't be reading that.
There's one more.
Please, enough.
Do you know anything about the construction below?
I'm aware of renovation plans that didn't come to fruition. The structure of the building was typical Kirkbride. Since its inception, a style which became dated over time. Mind you, this was true of all mental hospitals of this area. All Kirkbride establishments were forced to change, or perish.
Why this whole fascination with the Kirkbride architecture?
You could say that Walter was a romantic, too attached to the old ways. He erected this building quite late in his lifetime, when the Kirkbride design was already beginning to exhibit its flaws, and he paid a price for it.
What I don't understand is the purpose of digging in the basement.
It makes perfect sense. That's typically how the migration of the so-called unit system worked. Underground tunnels.
Underground tunnels?
I'm wondering how a network of underground tunnels is so attached to the concept of a unit system.
To begin with, the unit system is a term that didn't catch on. It was meant to convey the notion of units of buildings, concerned with a single aspect for the everyday operation of a mental institute. One building for administrative offices, another for surgical interventions, then male and female infirmaries separated, and so on. The hospital border in Buenos Aires is a good example of such a system of buildings.
Okay.
There's one more.
Please, enough chatter.
I appreciate the conversation. Goodbye.
Okay, so we can't touch any of the equipment in here while he's in here. Well, at least we've met Dr. Miller, who we called Jerry for some reason. Which leads me to believe he's not who he says he is, but we don't really know. Lenny! My buddy! Complexity of the design in the window bathed this spot of the corridor with a unique glow. Hey, bud!
Lenny, I've been in the basement. You were right.
Really?
Yes, I was there before. And you too. I had this memory. We were working together in some kind of construction project. What were we doing down there?
I don't recall. Everything is so fuzzy.
Lenny, you have to make an effort. This is important for our sakes.
I don't want to, please. I don't want to remember. It hurts.
Okay, don't worry, Lenny. Let's try something else.
Okay.
What can you tell me about Bertrand?
Bertrand. That name sounds familiar. He was
It should.
a friend.
Yes, Lenny, I think he was too. Do you know where I can find him? Think hard, please.
I'm not sure. But I remember him. We sat together many times.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else, Lenny?
I'm so sorry, but no.
The Institute was shut down under strange circumstances, but I don't recall much about that period.
Me neither. We were in pain by then.
What is this about pain?
It was the pain that led to the shutdown. Down below.
Yep.
Is there anything else you can tell me about this?
No, I'm so...
Down
Did
below.
you hear anything else about this?
No.
Is there anything else you can tell me about this?
No, I'm sorry.
Did you ever meet the former director of the Institute, Walter Hanwell?
I'm not sure. I saw many people walking around in the Institute in the past, but no one ever told me who Hanwell was.
I see. Thank you.
Okay.
Nothing else comes to mind?
I don't want to...
Did you hear any...
Okay. I think we did Crawford already.
Did you hear any...
Okay.
See you around, Lenny.
See you around, Lenny, my friend. You should be wearing shoes, though. I guess we can't go that way. Okay. Drain the septic tank. Investigate about Bertrand. Okay. Interesting. I think we can go up further. The staircase lets us go up, I think. Yep. Whoa, the floor, the stairs are sagging. Seems to be Lenny's cart. Perhaps he's getting ready to clean the topmost floor. Okay, I guess we can't go down there. Oh, I missed this. Oh, Lenny. Oh, Lenny. Okay, so we can go past the laboratory. We can't go any further down there. Because that's where Lenny is. So we need to find... I'd unwillingly participated in illegal activities in the basement, although the consequences of this fact were still unclear. I thought that maybe solving this matter would be possible only after gaining access to other sections of the building. Okay, so we need to do this one. It's crucial to uncover further details about Bertrand. Perhaps someone else in the Institute would know about this patient. Oh, I should ask Dr. Miller, I guess. Oh, one too far. Laboratory. I forgot to ask him about that.
Dr. Miller?
What is it this time?
Just one moment of your time, please. I'm looking for information on a patient called Bertrand.
Bertrand is one from the old group, right?
I believe so. I've seen footage of him in the therapy room.
Footage? Intriguing. I'll have to take a look at that. But yes, of course he sounds familiar. He's here tonight.
What do you mean, here? Physically?
Physically? What are you, a ghost hunter? Of course in flesh and blood. He's one of the patients being relocated.
This is an incredible development. Where can I see him?
I don't have such details. All I know is that he's in the same cell where he used to be.
Okay.
You mentioned that Bertrand is back in the Institute?
Yes, the same cell as before.
I forgot to write that down. I guess I should have written it down.
There's one more.
Please,
Thank you for your time, Dr. Miller.
Okay, so I forgot to look up which cell he was in, but I guess we have to go back downstairs anyway for the cells. So let's go! I guess I should have written down the cells. Silly me! Was it this one? Yes. Where was the paper about Bertrand?
Since the renovation of
Nope.
they hot her what?
Skip. I didn't mean to play it again. Was this where the papers about Bertrand were? Yes. Cell 102A. 102A. Is he the guy that's smashing his head into the window? That... yeah, I hope not. Anyway. Let's see, so we need 101, 102, okay, so it is... okay. Oh, I guess we could have gone through the courtyard. Oh well. Oh well! All good. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. One oh three, 102. Bertrand? Oh! All your hair's gone. Except you have a beard. But your hair is gone. Putrid stench. Oh, oh. What did he swallow? Another vision, but with a clear sense of purpose. His patient Bertrand had seen something of major importance, which he absent-mindedly attempted to draw on the floor, but what? Had I also seen it? A nurse had played a music box that prompted Bertrand to draw something on the floor. Oh, we need to grab the music box, I guess. What have they done to you, Bertrand? No response at all? Some children's books. Oh, I guess we have to go find the music box. Oh, man. 12 a.m. Bertrand was beyond help, yet he'd clearly seen something linked to my visions. And who was the man with him who had swallowed that wind-up key for the music box? That's Hodgson. Oh, that's Hodgson. We have to cut Hodgson open to get the key for the music box. Okay. Sure. Goodness, okay. So we're gonna have to figure out how to get the work thing to move. I am gonna go to the security booth just to see if it'll let me at least pick up the music box. Is he here? No. I guess he's wandering around. Music box was in here, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Wasn't the music box here? Oh dear. Is it next door? Hi. Okay. Who was Bertrand's cellmate? That was Hodgson. In my vision, Bertrand seemed to react to a nursery rhyme from a music box. Perhaps I'd be able to trigger another reaction from him if I was able to play that tune again. Get musical box. In my vision, Bertrand seemed to react to the tune of a quirky movie box. What odd pattern was he scribbling on the floor? Stimulated, prompting him to draw a weird doodle on the floor. Yeah, he's got it, right? we supposed to do here? Oh, I guess we're supposed to use something. Crayon? No. Okay, I need to get him something. Ugh. Wasn't there a room that had a teddy bear in it? Oh, and I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't know that I was gonna just aggravate you. I didn't know that's what I was gonna do. I think there's a teddy bear somewhere. I don't remember where the teddy bear was. Do you guys remember? Oh. I don't know why that one was so different. Suddenly? Is there a teddy bear or something here? At least I'm going to assume it's the teddy bear, but I don't actually know. Was the teddy bear in the bathroom? Where was the teddy bear? Oh boy. I don't want to have to go all over everything to find the teddy bear. In here? No. Excuse me. Do I have to give him one of the toys? I don't remember where the teddy bear was, or the toy. Well, it didn't let me pick them up anyway, so... Right.
Have you been upstairs?
Not at all.
Don't lie to me. I thought I could trust you, but I may start having second thoughts.
All right, I'm sorry. I had a quick look, but didn't go very far.
Please, I told you, the upper floors are off limits. Don't make me regret giving you permission to enter the building.
Don't worry, Julia. You can trust me. I won't cause you any trouble.
Mm-hmm.
I need to find a music box.
You seem to need the strangest things.
It's complicated research.
Sure.
Well,
Well, what?
do you know anything about a music box?
No, I've no idea. Ask Bruno.
Where is he?
I don't think we have anything else to discuss.
Thank you for being considerate.
See you later, Julia.
Okay. I don't remember where I'm supposed to go. So... I don't remember where the teddy bear was. I should have written it down, I guess. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. If I remembered where it was, it would be a lot easier, but... I do not remember. A broken wheelchair. Used to be such a pleasant smell in the yard. What are we supposed to pick up for the man we have aggravated? Right, we saw this. I wish I remembered where the teddy bear was. I could go get it, but I don't remember where it was. I really should have written it down. I don't think it's down here. Wait, is this what we're looking for? No. It's like we're not gonna gas the mental patient. No, we're not gonna pick that up. What? Where is Bruno, anyway? I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I don't remember where the teddy bear was. It's the only thing I can think of that would be helpful. Uh... Oh. Didn't mean to hit the mic there, I'm sorry. Where is Bruno, anyway? Why isn't he here? Where did he go? Can we even go outside? Is he outside? Whew. He's not outside. Where is he? I think we're supposed to ask him about the music box. But I don't know where he is. He's not in the security office. I am so confused what I'm supposed to do next. I don't... Maybe we get him some food? There's probably nothing in the kitchen. But maybe that's where he is? I don't know where we're supposed to go. Hum. Sorry, folks, I had such a good brainwave at the beginning, and now I'm completely stuck. Okay. Firmly shut. So I'm guessing we need to go out here for the greenhouse. I don't... Okay, nothing here. It's still weird that there's a spot there to look at, but there's literally nothing to interact with. Unless it's bugged, I guess. I don't know. Is there anything here that I can give him? Like a toy, or... We don't need to see that again. I am much confused. I wish I remembered where I found the teddy bear. It was like way in the beginning somewhere. cannot for the life of me remember where that was. That's the only thing I can think of that would maybe calm him down. I do apologize for being more than a little bit lost. But it does happen with games like this. Sometimes you just get a little stuck. I think we're supposed to ask the security guard about the... about the music box. But I don't know where he is. Ah, here it is. Are we not gonna grab it? Okay. That didn't fix the issue. Okay. So, what are we supposed to use to calm him down with? We don't have anything to calm him down with, so what are we supposed to do? Where is the security dude? I'm sorry, my dude. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Well, at least I didn't make it timed or anything. Where the heck is Bruno? I am so confused as to what we're supposed to do. Right, this is kind of pointless. What the heck are we supposed to do? Give me a hint, game. Any kind of hint. Any kind of hint! I must have missed an item somewhere, but... I don't know where the heck Bruno went. We don't talk about Bruno, no, no, no. We don't talk about Bruno. I must have missed something. I don't... What are we supposed to do? Maybe he knows something? Probably not.
Dr. Miller?
What is it?
Just one. By chance, have you...
A what? Your questions are beginning to bother me.
I'll be on my way.
I know where it is. The man that we have aggravated has it. But I have no idea. Oh, we can get through here now. I guess Lenny moved. Okay. Dee-doo, dee-doo, dee-doo. Exhausted and disappointed by the last session, I decided to take a walk outside in the yard to clear my mind. It was a sunny afternoon, more peaceful than usual, with patients aimlessly wandering on the grass, all of them lost in their own absent-minded business. A soothing ambiance, if a bit eerie, which helped calm my nerves. Among those patients, seemingly enjoying the blissful yet rare moment, was Leonard, who was more talkative than usual with his peers, clearly influenced by the same kind of haunting aura that I felt in the air. There's something about him that makes me even more irate about the regressions in my group. Leonard was so close to being discharged from the Institute. As I approached him in hopes of having a more open conversation than our therapy sessions usually afforded, a striking detail that I had missed earlier thanks to the duller lighting of the therapy room stopped me in my tracks. There was a noticeable rash across his ankle, running from his right foot up to the bottom of his gown. Leonard seemed to have repeatedly scratched himself, and quite recently too, judged by the shiny red spots sprinkled across his skin. Puzzled about this, I motioned to get my patient's attention, but noticed yet another curious aspect of his appearance. His gown was overly dirty, although this fact by itself was irritatingly usual by now. However, it wasn't just dirt, but some sort of splotches of organic matter, as if Leonard had rubbed himself against a moldy wall. My initial guess was that he'd simply laid down on the grassy grounds of the yard to have some rest. But there was something about the texture of those stains that still intrigued me. Oh, excuse me. They had a certain glittering nature to them, like the trail a slug would leave. And the color wasn't quite green either, as in reminiscent of grass, but a shade similar to turquoise. I took Leonard to my office so I could ask him a few questions in private. The organic stuff that I obtained from Leonard's gown has proven to be more bewildering than I imagined. It is of fungoid origin as suspected, yet seems to be exceedingly rare. While this is far from my area of expertise, there's no question this sample is something unique. Its properties indicate that it can only thrive in warm and humid environments, which are unlike the conditions in our region. We are blessed with dry weather throughout the year. However, that means this mold? Fungus? Is from some kind of deep undergrowth, and somehow Leonard has gotten close to it. I left a cotton swab impregnated with this stuff, next to one of those lab rats. Evidence dictates that the presence of this material caused a visible rash on Leonard's body, so a mere small quantity should produce a marked change in such a little critter. Something happened to the rat. I can't quite put my finger on what that is, but the rat is behaving differently. No visible physical alterations of note, but something's not the same. Could it be? Is it carcinogenic? A number of mold species produce toxins that can cause various health problems, the worst of which can ultimately include liver and lung cancer, as well as invasive diseases, especially in small children, the elderly, and people with weak immune systems. The most toxic mold known to date is thought to be black mold, or Stachybotrys chartarum, which can cause general respiratory problems, especially if one has asthma or allergies, and may be linked to lung cancer. But none of this applies to our case. Moreover, some poisonous mushrooms are known to cause organ failure, but none have been proven to be invasive to this extent. There's the death caps and the rather romantically named destroying angels. In the realm of plants, there's of course the Atropa belladonna, but that's basically poison. It doesn't stimulate a malignant growth. While some species of mushrooms contain naturally produced carcinogens, these exist only in minute amounts and cannot directly cause cancer. And yet, there are peer-reviewed records of the unusual Ophiocordyceps unilateralis, which is a pathogenic fungus, although it only attacks insects. It is parasitic indeed, and did something to the rat, but no, that's impossible. There are no records of such a thing anywhere in the world. If what I suspect is true, this carcinoma has an effect akin to a hallucinogen drug. And if Leonard came close to it, maybe the rest. Oh my god. I am wondering, like, whether this asylum is really as bad as we are seeing it as, and whether this is all part of our, I don't know, hallucinations or whatever, broken wheelchair. Because the doctor reacted very strangely when we said when we said these deplorable conditions and the filth. Stretcher looked quite uncomfortable. Leonard Huntings. Oh. Broke his ankle? Oh, Will Hodgson. I thought we were gonna have Lenny. Profile. William Hodgson is a robust man with rugged facial features. Half of his face is covered in severe burn scars. He fell victim to an intense fire as a child as a result of being neglected by his parents. Yeah, I can see that. Jeez. Ever since that event, Hodgson has experienced acute panic attacks whenever the subject of fire surfaces in any given conversation. An inevitable occurrence that has resulted in psychogenic non-epileptic seizures and uncontrollable crying. Such reactions are in stark contrast with his imposing looks. Yet, Hodgson has unfortunately become a slave to his irrational fear. However, this patient can be equally pacific and mellow, routinely obeying orders and staying out of trouble. Specialists have determined his condition is reserved. While he shows promise, he is slow and exhibits difficulty reasoning and learning, far more than his peers. Hodgson is lucky to have a formidable voice that commands a sense of respect, which has fooled high-risk patients who would otherwise have taken advantage of him. Okay. Scale. Rehabilitation sessions. Morning report. A number of patients exhibited injuries of varying severity and unknown origin. It is recommended that they continue with a more extensive round of rehabilitation sessions to avoid a worsening condition. As usual, we will continue with the sessions sorted by cell number. Cell 101A, patient is well, no special care needed. I'm wondering if that was us. Cell 102A. Cellmates Bertrand LaRoche and William Hodson presented a marked deterioration in their condition. LaRoche is growing increasingly tense, and Nurse Marion noticed a number of bruises on his body. New episodes in which he falls into a sort of catatonic state, unable to respond to stimulations. Hodgson is similarly more on edge than usual and presented serious burns on his chest that no one could explain. We recommend strict supervision. Cell 105A. We detected another fracture in Leonard's ankle. None of the staff can explain how this happened. They are aware of his osteogenesis? Osteogenesis? I don't know. And extreme care is already enforced. 2 sessions each day are recommended. Noon report. Cell 102A. Cellmates had some kind of quarrel over a music box that LaRoche enjoyed, but made Hodgson nervous, as described by Marion. In the struggle, Hodgson retrieved the spring from the device and immediately swallowed it. The patient was immediately taken to the operating room, but surgeons deemed too dangerous to perform the excision in his current condition. High blood pressure must be managed before administering anesthesia. Evening report. Hodgson died of a heart attack during his session. Nothing could be done to lower his pressure. Before passing away, the specialist reported a heart rate so high the chest was visibly throbbing violently. The deceased has been taken to the morgue. 105A. Crawford has developed chronic asthma. Traces of ashes or dirt were found across his body. Recommend increased supervision of his daily wanderings. The patient insists to sleep with the lights on, which bothers Leonard. Hodgson, was that the patient who swallowed the wind-up key in my vision? Yes. Obviously. Okay, now we go back to the morgue. In a minute. First... Oh, jeez. Something about this place sent a shiver down my spine. There was a hint of dread in the air, in part thanks to a freakish mechanical apparatus reigning over the room. Amazing the lamp still emitted such a powerful light. The bed looked stained with both rust and organic material. I never liked syringes, but it was in good shape and could have proven useful, so I took it with me. It was an ancient Greek drawing. Metallic plates. Cups. Test tubes. Okay. The blanket covering the stretcher looked disgusting, as if it had been drawing dust and fetid condensation for a long time. What? I knew this contraption was used to perform a brain biopsy. This machine, it seemed to be self-operated and seemingly designed to perform a biopsy. But how? What was I supposed to do with it? No way I could operate this frightening device without further information. Valid. Valid and fair. We're gonna do a brain biopsy on somebody? Boy, this is getting macabre. Dark stains were all over the interior wall of the broken wardrobe. I didn't want to know the source of those stains. Yeah, that seems like a valid response. think they could receive patients in this room, at least not until the bed was fixed. This lamp was barely held by one of its wires, seeming like it could fall apart any minute. Destroyed. No more radiographs could be placed here. A sticky label with the word sedative was in front of this bottle. Syringe was now filled with really ancient sedative that's probably not a good idea to give the patient. Medical appliance bore marks of someone enduring pain. Oh yeah, these things. This is very similar to the things that the orthodontist will give you when they're measuring your teeth for braces. Hated that so much. It was the worst. Because you always felt like you were choking on it, even if you weren't. Okay, 8. Breakthroughs in experimental surgery. It is widely acknowledged that Dr. Hanwell was the architect of many novel medical procedures, as he championed technological advancements for treating his patients. A noteworthy example of this was his development of a new automated machine that could extract brain tissue samples quickly and without incisions. According to studies conducted by Hanwell Mental Institute, many patients suffer serious mental illnesses, SMI, that are caused by brain tumors and must be treated with surgery. With a large and unexpected caseload of SMI patients, Dr. Hanwell felt the need to devise a system that facilitated the tumor detection process more efficiently than previous methods. In Hanwell's time, the most widely used process for obtaining samples of brain tissue typically required a great deal of time and required 3 to 4 surgeons per patient to perform the craniotomy and extract the tissue. Precious time was also needed to seal the large incision in the cranium. To expedite this procedure, Dr. Hanwell devised the stereotactic transorbital brain biopsy equipment, STRABI, a wondrous machine capable of extracting a brain tissue sample through an eye socket, thus avoiding the need for craniotomy altogether. So what happens if you need a sample of the back of the brain? Like, you can't go through the eye to the back of the brain without going through the brain. A doctor could simply input the coordinates of the tumor's suspected location, and the STRABI could complete a complex stereotactic procedure using a sample extraction needle attached to a movable arc. Oh, if it can go to the... like, it doesn't work. You can't... Anyway, this queer invention led to controversy. Some scientists and surgeons believed that using such a machine would increase the possibility of brain hemorrhage, as its accuracy was questionable. Yeah. Dr. Hanwell dismissed these opinions as uninformed, stating that the targeting mechanism of the machine was based on the most detailed brain atlas at the time, and that STRABI was manufactured by the most trusted and reputable professionals. Yeah, that doesn't mean that it's not horrendously risky. Okay. Well, they probably started experimenting with that. Oh, hydrotherapy's that way. Okay. Oh, yes, right here. We had to turn a valve in here? Oh my god. More bathtubs in the same gross condition. I'm really starting to wonder if the asylum is actually this gross. Because it sounds like it wasn't closed for that long. Okay, we have done The hydrotherapy. There's nothing of use on the table. Can you dig it? Been interviewed by, and they must have given me some strange beverages because I spilled the beans about a very secretive new... Okay. If you apply the reality check to the paragraph before, I'm basically saying that. This week is coming to an end, so let me remind you of these noteworthy updates. Just passing by. Mistreatment of patients in renowned hospital. Several nurses who prefer to remain anonymous have filed further complaints about the egregious abuse egregious abuse of patients by authorities at Hanwell Mental Institute, excuse me. This has led to a tense atmosphere of quarreling and accusations among employees inside a once respectable institution. Law enforcement officials, apprised of the situation, spent several hours yesterday evening searching the mental hospital. While no evidence of wrongdoing was found, they provided details during a press conference about the rapidly decaying state of the building and expressed concerns for the safety of patients. Injuries exhibited by allegedly mistreated patients could not be attributed to a particular source. Wounds ranged from severe bruises and cuts to violent fractures, and, in the worst case, searing burn marks. Family members of the patients and employees demanded a more severe intervention by state authorities. Dr. Henwell, whose disinterest in discussing these grave allegations with the media borders on offensive, did not respond to our inquiries, tarnishing his public image beyond repair. Okay. Man, I could go for a bubble bath or something. This way is blocked. Okay. Male hospital. I don't know if we really need to go much further, but let's go as far as the game will let us. A section from the roof below was visible from this spot. Is that the greenhouse? Oh. What an astonishing view. Even during the gloomy night, the sky looked as if it was hand-painted. Probably because it was. Oh god. Oh god, what are we doing? Oh, this is the balcony. Oh. Okay, we've done the balcony. Okay, let's get away from that. I wanted to see what was over here. It was difficult to see anything outside with all the dust. Oh! We're up here. Okay, good to know. That goes back to the main lobby. What is this? Where does this go? Oh! Okay. What? Elegant as they were, the windows were mere decoration, with so much dirt, anything but practical. Oh, and we're back to where we started. Oh, that door over there. Okay. I didn't even notice there was a door there. Shows how observant I am. Or how observant I am not, more like. Even though the window was dirty, there was still a hint of reflection in it. Several pipes adorned the wall in a somewhat grotesque way. Another window that could have used some cleaning. Locked from the other side. Oh, okay. It's a foggy night outside. Okay. The male ward upstairs has been firmly locked. I guess because we only have male patients right now? Okay. Let's go back to the morgue. And I know we have the way to sedate the patient now. I will do that, but let's go get the key from the morgue while we're up here. Whoops, that's the wrong way. Yep, this way. Pardon me. That's blocked off. Looked like there was blood on the floor there, and then it suddenly disappeared when we went through the door. Okie dokie. Let's get back to the morgue and see if we can figure out how to get the key out of Hodgson's body. Wait, there was a report on the table here, wasn't there? Oh, no. There was a report here somewhere with a list of people. Over there. Hodgson's remains were right here in the morgue. Involves 14. One, two, three, four, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one? Yep. With a bit of effort, I managed to hook up the body bag. Oh god. Oh god, this is grim. Oh god, we're actually doing this. Oh my god. I feel like we should start questioning our main character's sanity at this point. Like, what the fuck? Oh my goodness. This is not good, my friend. Oh god. Why are his eyes glowing? His pallid face and eyes wide open evoked a sense of terror and despair. Hodgson seemed to have died under despicable circumstances. Are we using the letter opener? Oh my god. Oh god. Oh no. Oh god. Oh god. Oh gosh. What the fuck? That does not look like a letter opener. That looks like a scalpel now. That does not look like the same thing I used. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Gore warning? Holy shit! Oh, this is grim. Holy shit! Wow! I was not expecting them to go there. Holy shit! Oh, you idiot. After all that, we dropped the key in the fucking water. Oh my god! I was expecting him to wake up once again in another terrifying vision. I needed to get away from this morgue. You need to wash your fucking hands, man. Oh right, the water doesn't work here. Oh, that's a bit of a visual glitch there. That's fun. Oh my god, I was not expecting them to go that far. Holy shit! And our hands are miraculously not covered in blood. An ominous contraption was the main feature of a surgery room upstairs. Something about it seemed wicked, not meant to be, or not meant to be used by human beings. Nothing of note. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, this is just us watching the... Well, we've recovered the item. But then we dropped it in the fucking water. Oh my gosh. What in the actual fuck? Holy shit. Maybe I need to look at the where the key fell in. Oh, excuse me, wrong door. Maybe I need to look where the key fell in to be like, hey, I need to go there to look for the key. Oh my gosh. The wind-up key had fallen in the drain. Where was that damn wind-up key? I mean, it's gonna be taking the key somewhere else, yeah. Good fucking god. Okay. So, we need to find the greenhouse, I think. Holy fucking shit. It's the door with the running water. It's down in the sewers somewhere. I guess we'll see if we can find it. Oh my god. That was disgusting. I loved it, don't get me wrong. But holy shit, I was not expecting them to go that far. Oh my gosh. It's gonna be in here, isn't it? So we need to find the greenhouse. We need to find where the greenhouse is, and then we need to get into the greenhouse. Oh my gosh! I'm still astounded that they actually went there. Holy shit. That's amazing. They really lingered on that, didn't they? Holy shit, that was amazing. Oh my god. Holy shit. Now, if I were a greenhouse, where would I be? Do we need to go around the outside because we can't get through the door? Hello!
Sorry to bother you again, Julia. I have nothing else to say.
Fine by me.
So,
You're growing stranger by the minute. What's the real purpose of your visit?
it's fine. Forget I said anything.
Okay.
Do you know why the Institute was shut down in the first place?
No, not really. I remember reading that it was quite sudden. It was all over the news back then, but the controversy died down quickly. Were you here when that happened?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. It seems like it was a grave matter. I'd have remembered about that.
Anyway, it's old history now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so.
Not so old, I don't think.
Is there anything you can tell me about Dr. Hanwell?
Well, he was an authority in the field of mental health. He basically built this whole place from the ground up.
What a remarkable accomplishment.
But there's little information about Dr. Hanwell himself. He wasn't keen on giving interviews or showing himself in public. Only those who are closely acquainted or have been treated by Dr. Hanwell can claim to know him personally.
A notable celebrity indeed.
I guess
That's all for now.
I guess we go give
be
the
back.
patient his sedative now. I think we are gonna call it here, though. I'm gonna, like, put myself somewhere where I'll remember where I'm supposed to go. Like, in front of the patient hallway. And I think we're gonna call it here and continue on Thursday. I don't know how much more of the game I'll be able to play. With, like, when they want me to stop, you know, when they have asked people who stream or play the game to stop. Let me switch my There we go. All right. So that was exciting. That was an incredible sequence right there. Holy shit. That was that was something else. I was not expecting them to go that far. Holy shit. That was definitely something. Anyway. I was not expecting them to go there. But they did. It was awesome. I don't know how much more of the game I have left that I can play. I don't know when I'm supposed to stop. They said it was a really obvious stopping point, so I guess on Thursday we'll continue until we reach that point. If that turns out to only be like an hour or two, that's totally fine. We can play something else after. I have tons of very short little hidden object games that we can play. Yeah, gosh. I'm a little I'm a little in awe of how far they went with that. That was pretty fucking cool. Yeah, I'm having a great time with this game so far. There's a couple times where I got stuck, but that was entirely my fault. Because I knew that Lenny was in the way, and I knew that the time had skipped by an hour. Well, skipped. Time had progressed by an hour, so I should have known that meant that he was gonna move. I just forgot. So that was entirely on me. The game, there've been a couple of bugs. The one time where we got stuck looking at the books and the mouse just disappeared. Then we had that random crash somewhere. Yeah. Other than that, I've been having a great time. This has been super fun. That brainwave at the very beginning, I was very proud of that for figuring out that it had to be the chapter number of one of the books. I've not done as well after that because I forgot that there was a whole section I could get into because Lenny had moved. Yeah, this has been great. I have a full page of random notes of different names and different things. Which is always a good sign for a game like this, having lots of notes. And also having notes crossed off as you find stuff, that's always fun. Yeah. This has been super exciting. There's something Lovecraftian in the basement, I'm sure, or under the basement, I guess. I guess we'll find out exactly what happened and who was hallucinating what. There's some things that are very confusing, but I think they're supposed to be confusing. And it may not be something Lovecraftian at all at the bottom, who knows? We'll find out, I suppose. In scratches, it turned out not to be supernatural at all by the end. So who knows? Who knows what they've decided to do with this, although it does say it's a supernatural horror adventure on the Steam page. So who knows? I don't know. I'm really excited to find out what comes next. I hope you have all enjoyed. That was pretty genius. Well, thank you. It's a disturbing game, but it's okay. Yeah, it's disturbing. It's supposed to be, though. It's very much supposed to be, which is great. And it's just the right amount of cliche and just the right amount of cheese. But also, they go to places that a lot of games like this don't, which is great. I thought that was awesome. I kind of both like and don't like how vague the time period is. I wish I kind of knew what year stuff was. The parts you've seen, you enjoyed. Yeah, it's super atmospheric. The sound design is great. The music is great. The visuals are fantastic. It really does look like a classic point and click. It's very deliberately they've made it look old and feel old with crunchy textures and weird lighting, and oh, it's great. It's really good. This is I'm having a great time. I'm glad that it's finally out. I hope they get the kudos that they deserve for this game. Because holy cow, is it fun. I'm having such a good time. I hope you have all enjoyed it as well, the parts that you have seen. And I hope that my enjoyment of this game also shines through. I know I complained or got a little confused at points, but that was entirely my own fault. The game didn't do anything wrong. It was just me forgetting something really basic. And aside from a couple of bugs, no real big bugs either. So yeah, this is great. I'm looking forward to continuing it on Thursday with however much is left of the game. It's gonna be real difficult to not play the ending on stream. I'll probably just continue playing the ending off stream. I'll be honest, I will record the ending and I will have it like in the recordings, and then at some point, maybe in a few weeks, maybe in a couple months, I will upload the full game fully edited and all of that, but not right like a week after it, within a week of it coming out. Because they asked us not to, so I won't do that. I'm quite glad I picked this music as background music for the stream. It's very similar to the kind of music that they were using as well, which is fun. Tomorrow the stream will be very, very, very delayed. I have an appointment in the afternoon that's very important that I'm not gonna move this, I can't move it. I gotta go do that. So the stream will be very, very delayed. Depending on what time I get home, there may not be a stream at all, but I hope to do a stream later in the day, for me, at least, in the evening, for me. We'll be playing some Monster Hunter tomorrow. And then on Thursday, we'll be coming back to ASYLUM and hopefully finishing the game. Or at least finishing up until the point where I feel like they want us to stop. And then, if that's really short, we can play something else. And then Friday will be Monster Hunter again. Thank you for being here, for those of you that were here. I appreciate you very much. I'm gonna see if there's a channel I can raid. Let me see. Is there somebody I can raid? Let's see. Anybody I can raid right now? No, it doesn't look like it. I mean, there are channels live, but they're like way, way, way too big for me to raid them, so I will be cutting it here, I think, for today. Thank you all for being here. I hope you have a good rest of your day or evening or night. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, everybody.